Mic check, mic check. What's going on? Cam check, cam check. What's happening? It is. It's hot in here, man. I got like two different fans running. One is oscillating, one's in my face, and we're just trying to keep room temperature of some sort here right now. So, yeah, my HVAC is making a bunch of noise, and we don't know why. So we had to kind of just turn the AC off because you keep it running and the HVAC is still making those high pitched squeaky noise. It can be several different things, and we're not trying to blow up the neighborhood, nor trying to wake up the neighborhood either. That's also the other thing. So, yeah. So we'll still do what we can tonight, but if y'all see me sweating, I promise you it's not because the build I'm playing is that hard or that difficult or that sweaty. It's just literally because it's hot in here. So I know I do try hard stuff. I do, but yeah, maybe not that try hard. And yeah, we're gonna get into the game. I do has me a cheeseburger, so I'm going to eat me a cheeseburger as well. And I have, hopefully, if I can remember this time, I have somewhat of a surprise ish this stream. So I'll probably do it like maybe partial of the way through the stream, maybe 2 hours from now when I have a few more viewers. So. Did I see the Heartseeker build by Rage Gaming? I'm usually not on like YouTube or Twitch or that much. Whenever I'm not like around this time of the season, I'm usually working on Maxroll stuff, streaming, or my own content. I barely get enough time to sleep, get alone watch other people's content usually, unless it's like good friends, like if it's like Matthias or Zario. Where I have like notifications or something like that on, to see what they're doing, then yeah. But like generally speaking, I don't go browsing. What happened? But I mean, I would assume at this point, everybody, not everybody, but I would assume that people would start making Heartseeker build guys now that Heartseeker is good. So, what's best overall rogue season, Andy or Barrage? I would say Andy's will do better, especially for the amount of work required. I think not everybody really understands how to truly play full Barrage. And that's fair because usually in the past we never had something like a totem before. But like when I say people, you need to play around the totem, like I literally mean it. Like literally place the totem and what I used to call it, make love to the totem. And if you do that, like T8 is like a breeze. Although the councils on T8 can be a little difficult because they keep moving away from the totem, but like clearing should be a breeze. But it's want to know my thoughts since it uses Harlequin Crest and the Umbercrux. So the Umbercrux, unless you're in group play, like in group play, if someone else drops a totem, Heartseeker can hit for like 13 billion. But it's like obviously because it's bugged, not because it's just a totem bug in general. But using the totem in general honestly hurts your damage, not helps your damage. Because what ends up happening is that your Heartseeker ends up ricocheting to the totem, and you only get one free ricochet. That's it. So if it ricochets to the totem, then that means the totem is going to do 20% of that ricochet's Heartseeker damage, which is way less than the 75% it would have done had you not had the totem. So the reality is you don't want the totem. The totem actually nerfs your damage. It doesn't help you. Secondly, Harlequin's quest is really not a bad idea. It is less damage. Endeavor, what's going on? It's not a bad idea, but the only way that a Harlequin's quest is going to work out well is if you were to get a GA on the cooldown and you triple masterwork the cooldown. If you can do that and you don't run Tyrio's Might and you go with concussive strikes instead on the regular chest, then you might be able to come maybe within 20% of what a Kyle the Nameless would be able to do. Reason why I say that is because a Harlequin's quest with a lot of cooldown reduction will allow you to be able to reset your Death Trap ultimate or whatever ultimate you chose instead more often. So the more you can reset your ultimate, the more damage you can do, or the more uptime you have on No Witness Legendary Note, which is more damage. So you can get more damage in the back end that way, but it still would not equate to more damage than what a Kyle can do. You would need an additional multiplier somewhere else to make Harlequin's quest be anywhere near a Kyle the Nameless. So he's actually nerfing his damage twice. I don't think he knows that. Let me rephrase that. He may not know that. I'll put it that way. He may not know that. But I will say that the Harlequin's quest is much more quality of life. So like if you just want a feel good build and you're not trying to get as much damage out of it as possible, then yeah, I mean, Shaco is fine because it gives you a little bit of everything. So Shaco is not a bad choice. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not a bad choice. It's not a min-maxer choice, but it's not a bad choice. If that makes sense. But the totem is a bad choice. That is a bad choice because you do less damage with the totem and you nerf your damage because your Heartseeker will sit there and like home on the totem and then miss the target, and then now you dealt 20% less of your damage. And then yeah. I do have some things I do want to play around with on Heartseeker though at some point. I have some more ideas. You guys know how we do here. We never stop the theory crafting, the grind, you know, all that stuff. So when I do get back to Heartseeker, I have some other interesting ideas I kind of want to try. See what other cool things we can do with it. But I think at the moment, I'm pretty happy with where we got it. Ultimate cooldown is found on what class? Necromancer. On Andy's Barrage pants, I got stun chance instead of freeze. Is it okay? You need freeze? Considering that Andy's can't really freeze on its own, you need freeze tempers. So, or a freeze temper. Well, no, never mind. You got Fist of Fate, so you will just take your chances on Fist of Fate rocking a freeze for you. But having a freeze itself would just allow you to freeze much quicker. So you definitely at least want a freeze temper somewhere. You just trust them ACs out? Yeah. But I heard blowing up the neighbors is what all the big kids are doing nowadays. They're nice neighbors. And the guy, like the dad or the father or like that, he's really good with cars. He's actually from Ukraine and he moved to the US because of all the stuff that's going on over there. And he used to be a manager for like one of the car dealerships over there in the auto service or whatever, like a major dealership or whatever. So he just works on, he literally just does all his own like work on cars, like in the garage. Like we're talking about everything. We're not talking about like, oil change or just like change tires. We're talking about like underbody work type stuff. Like even like framework is interesting. But so I at least know where I can take my car if something happens to it. Because apparently he really likes doing it. Like he does that stuff for like most of the people in our neighborhood. So there was something I was gonna say. I forgot. Oh yeah, electric one. First we had D4 bad, then Heartseeker bad. Now we like D4 good, Heartseeker good. I think I was the only one. Okay, I was one of the few people who said I don't think Heartseeker is that bad, but we have it in B tier. It's not gonna be like it's not gonna compete with other S tier builds, but I don't think it's that bad. Is what I initially said. But because it was in B tier, we all and everyone's like, oh, it's terrible. But I was like, I don't think it's dead. I just don't think it's like S. I don't think it's S tier material, but I didn't think it was dead. So like I knew it wasn't dead. I just didn't think it was this good. William, what's up, man? How do I make my poison ticks deal more damage? Right now it does 150 mil. Whatever guide that you're following, hopefully that it is a Maxroll guide of some sort. It should instruct you on how to do big numbers on your poison ticks. You're checking in beat your bills, yeah. Any barrage, I got stun chance instead of freeze chance. Is it okay? The freeze chance will give you a higher uptime on freeze because otherwise you're relying on Fist of Fate to randomly proc freeze for you. Because it goes through like 5 different utilities as a chance to proc something. So it's good to have a freeze temper because at least you know you're going to have the freeze and it's going to happen really quickly. So preferably you do want freeze on the pants. Woody thought it was gonna be dead. But that's the thing. Like, I don't know. I remember talking about it in one of our meetings and saying like, I don't think it's like even Mippy said it wasn't like it can deal good damage, but it's not gonna be S tier like that. But it's not like dead. Like we both were saying it wasn't dead. No one ever thought it was gonna be what it is now, but we both were saying it wasn't dead. In a sense. But I was the only one that was saying to not build it around victimize. That we should do close quarters combat instead with damage per dark shroud. And both of them were like, nah. You should totally do victimize instead. But that's why we have multiple, specialists per class, so we all can kind of take different routes and find some stuff and put our heads together and like make awesome stuff for the community. Call the nameless or Harley quest for a Barrage Road. Whatever the guide says. If you're following a guide. If you're not following a guide, then nameless. Sure. What's the most important thing to look for on a combination dagger? Generally speaking, the attack speed, but mainly the unique affixed damage. Why does my Heartseeker build only does like 5 mil crit damage? I have decent gear. It makes no sense. That's way too low. Way too low. I would make sure you're following a guide or look in the planner in the description on YouTube to figure out how to properly build your Heartseeker and also to make sure that your rotations are the way that they are. Like if you just push Heartseeker and you're wondering why you're not dealing any damage, there's a lot of reasons why you're not. Hey, Rapid Fire got amazing range, GA, crit damage, GA, dex, max health. Is it better than Starless Skies? You don't really want to use Starless Skies on a Rapid Fire build if you're going cold Rapid Fire. Also on Turf over Ambush. Turf is just turf is damage reduction, right? That's why am I playing Poison to be on Flurry instead of Cold Shadow? To proc just bounty node. That's it. Poison is not dealing any damage in this build. It's just to have an imbuement so I can just deal more damage on Flurry. That's it. You start using Heartseeker build. How do you manage your resources? Seems like I'm running out very easy. A couple of things. Do you have innovation tempers, like mentioned in the videos, and or the Maxroll guide? Those are very important. People tend to skip over that, but that's like the #1 reason why people run out of energy. So innovation tempers on Jury. Second thing, Starless Skies will help with that eventually. But if you don't have a Starless Skies, wear a Beastfall boots, a pair of Beastfall boots. That will solve all your issues. 2, also understand how innovation works. I responded to like at least 40 something comments on YouTube today about people running out of energy. So, innovation up to I only got 1 rank right now, so up to a 10% chance to gain 8 energy. Okay, I wish it gave you more details, but it doesn't. But it really means up to a 10% chance when you hit something to gain energy. So if you're casting Heartseeker and you're not hitting anything, this passive doesn't work. It has to hit something. So a couple of things that happens here. 1, if you're playing this in Helltide, you're most likely one-shotting everything and you're not getting any ricochets, therefore you're not getting your innovation procs happening. When you're doing Helltide, you definitely want to wear Beastfall boots regardless. Like Beastfall the entire time. Same thing with Pit. If you're running 101 pits and you're one-shotting everything, same idea. Wear Beastfall boots because you're not going to be able to proc this passive enough. Same thing with Infernal Hordes. If you're running T6 and Infernal Hordes, you're probably one-shotting things and you're not getting your energy back. So basically what I'm saying is the content might be too easy for you if you have all your innovation tempers. And you're still running out of energy. So, but like I said, innovation won't work unless you can actually hit something multiple times. I got a challenge for you. Can you make nades good? That is a Pecha thing. That is a Pecha Power thing. And he's right there. That is the guy to talk to about nades. I'm following the Maxroll guide, but wait. I'm following the Maxroll guide, but it doesn't say how to scale poison though. Sir, Mr. William, I am 100% sure at the end, Andy's Barrage. Am I correct, William? Andy's Barrage? Because it looks like that's what you're playing for. That's what you're playing. I know who wrote the guide. Mippy is extremely detailed, even sometimes to a fault for regular viewers, because he's like a ultra min maxer. He goes through every single step into how to make sure that you can deal your damage. You're missing something, or quite a few things somewhere. Either that or you're not doing the correct gameplay rotation that he describes in that build. So I will go back because I don't know what part that you're missing, but I will go back on the guide, look at the gameplay section, look at the progression tabs if there is one, and just carefully look at how he tells you to do what you need to do. He also has a facts section at the very bottom. We all do. So if you're still missing something, look at the facts section, and most likely there's an answer there. Can I solo T8? Nah. The highest I got was like T2, T1, T1.5, T1.5. That's right. I think it was T.1. Was it 1.5 or 1.7? Somewhere around that range. I wasn't able to actually use an entire compass. Start using her Heartseeker build today. How do you manage the resources? I think I answered that, right? Thanks. It has been fun, but that's far the issue I have. Yeah. Innervation tempers. It's much like God 6 Demon Hunter. I don't know if anybody's played God 6 Demon Hunter, but it's a lot like that. If you have innervation tempers and you're not hitting anything, you're not gaining any resources. It's legit the exact same concept. As crazy as that sounds. Heard they run a cold barrage, but no Andes. But yes, highly classified. Highly classified. I'm only laughing at you. Or with you. Only because you're on YouTube. And you probably came here because you watched one of my videos. Right? On the YouTube stream. Which means that if you watch any of the videos at the beginning of every video of Heartseeker, has been T8 solo. All the gameplay footage has been from T8 solo. So any of the videos you might have seen that brought you to this stream was gameplay from T8 solo, including one of the videos has the thumbnail that says T8 Horde gameplay. So I would assume that if you saw gameplay from T8 Hordes, then I cleared the T8 Hordes because I killed the councils on all three of those videos that you saw. It said T8 to the side, and then T8 at the top when I killed the councils. So yeah, the turf glyph does give damage reduction. But I'm thinking about doing devious over ambush. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pull apart and kind of rebuild Flurry a little bit because I kind of want to do combo points. So if they fix Victimize, will we be switching? Yeah, oh, absolutely. If Victimize gets fixed, it will be the most broken build in the game. DPS wise. Damage wise, it will be the most broken build in the game. So, well, yeah, that's an if, obviously. Which I don't think they're gonna do it. If they want other classes and other builds to remain or feel like they're strong, they probably should not fix Victimize this season. Because if they do, they're probably going to have to heavily nerf some stuff on Rogue in order to make sure that is not out of the control. Like, it won't be barely stronger than what Sorks can do. Sorks wouldn't even be able to compare. Big Papa Oink, look at the change logs again. Since you did look down there, which congrats for doing that. I appreciate you for doing that. Make sure you read the latest change log. Like the most recent change log. Unfortunately, Crown is kind of broken in some ways. So until some of those things get fixed, I just swap back to Cow. So you guys aren't losing damage because you have Combination Dagger and Cowl together and some other stuff. Why is Pinshot top build but no one seems to play it? Pinshot is still pretty strong. Just people just, I don't know. Pinshot was the strongest rogue build last season, but everybody played Heartseeker. People just don't like Pinshot, I guess. Fun factor is a thing too. I'm almost done. I love Pinshot, but so is Medford Blossom. Yeah, naturally, Pinshot is supposed to be an AOE beast. Its weakness is single target. So yeah. Almost done with this, by the way. Endeavor, are you still there? I know it's a little late now. I got on late because I was trying to figure out how to not cook literally in my room. You know, I like cooking builds. You know, Dioxide getting cooked is a different story. Oh, you're talking about the Renown system. Okay. The Renown. Yeah, so do strongholds and dungeons, and that's it. Don't do side quests. You're terrible. But once you do the Renown, you have it permanently. It won't, like, you won't have to do it every season. You just do it once and then you have it forever. But the whole point of the Renown system was supposed to be more of an exploration type thing to get you to explore and things. But I mean, that would be fine if yeah, great, the open world looks cool, but there isn't really anything to explore. So forcing us to explore when there's not a reason to explore is not a fun activity. Naturally. Can someone choose dash and shadow step in Heartseeker build? The original full build has both. Only the tryhard one only has one or the other. The tryhard version is only like 20% more damage, but it's harder to play, which is why I usually don't recommend it most of the time. Because like if you don't know your rotations, you're not gonna get that 20% more damage buff that you should be getting if you play the tryhard version. Well, with rubies, if you do it with dexterity gems, it's like a 45% damage increase over the full version. But again, only if you can know your rotations is that really worth it. But yeah, I mean, if you want to do dash instead of shadow step in the tryhard version, you can, but just understand you won't have any way to get out of any CC, and also you got to make sure you dash through things in order to proc 4 different buffs. Four buffs. That's your Eldritch Bounty buff. That's your Tricks of the Trade buff. That's your no witness. That's your Close Quarters Combat buff and your Fluidity Glyph buff. So if you slack on hitting anything with dash, like if you dash and you hit nothing, only your Fluidity Glyph and your Tricks of the Trade will work. The other 2 buffs won't. So Shadow Step is just considerably easier to get all 4 of those buffs at one time by literally just Shadow Stepping once every 8 seconds. You got your boost though? That's cool, man. That's real cool. He said, brother, this is the dopest chill stream on Twitch. Thanks, man. I try. Wait. I can actually use the current paragon board for what I'm getting ready to do. All right, so anyhow, I think we're gonna attempt to build I'm gonna try some combo point Flurry. Probably something different that I don't think any other streamers or content creators are doing. So I figure I'll try something different. Usually you'll see like probably some Flurry, mostly Andario Flurry. But let's go Blaze Shift, Andario Flurry. No, sorry, Blaze Shift, Flurry combo points here. I need a better ring though. I can't reuse this ring though, because it has poison imbue on it, and I'm probably want to hold them stack up. Got Dark Shroud damage effects on how many you got. As many as wherever you can get it, wherever it can roll, you have it on. That is what you should have. I'm mostly seeing preparation Flurry. Well, yeah, it makes sense because like spamming Flurry is fun. So when it comes to fun factor, yeah, absolutely. Like nothing comes close. Fun factor, legit just spamming Flurry just makes so much more sense. Now that we can spam Flurry, because in the past we really couldn't spam it before without like it being a ridiculous damage loss, but now we can spam it and it not be, you know, and it does well, especially obviously Andy's oh man, I don't know. I guess I figure out which ring I want to use here. Probably this one. I don't want to like commit. I also probably need to change the amulet out too as well, because I'm not gonna have enough cold tempers. The amulet's way too good though, that I might just leave it. Or I could just not do Starless. That's an idea. Just equip Condemnation and then you can attack fast enough to use Starless. And I can switch to Heartseeker Rapid Fire. Since I got the Scoundrels while doing some low tier high cores, but it looks like I'm not doing that much damage. I try to do Uber version for Sean, and Rapid Fire will only hit a few times. Most of the time it's barely doing any damage, so you know what can be going on. Are you stacking your combo points? like making sure that you don't cast your rapid fire until you're full precision. Like you got 4 ranks of precision and three combo point stack. Because every time you cast and you don't have 3 combo points and you don't have like 4 stacks of precision, you're not doing any damage at all. So that is what that is. King Titan, what's up? He said Rage Gaming is taking credit for your Heartseeker build and not giving you credit, so it messed up. I don't think really many people really take Rage Gaming seriously. I mean, it doesn't really bother me. I mean, there's so many people that have already like gave me shout outs on the build. That I think everybody knows where it came from at this point. It's not like people don't know. I'm sure he knows too. I mean, I'm not mad at him for it. If anything, I'm just happy that is getting more attention. Like it's out there to the community where people can go, yes, I can play this again now. Like, you know, I can actually play some Heartseeker. Like, I'm happy that people can play the build now. I'm not really so concerned about, you know, the credit per se. You know, it's not like I can use it on like a resume or anything of that nature. So as long as more people get to play some Heartseeker and it brings them back to, you know, other Heartseeker setups and builds, you know, I think it's a win. Okay, what else am I missing that I need to do? I guess I can go back to Tyrio's Might now. That's a good thing. It's a positive. Which means that I can actually go with a different boot. Actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, so I could pick a different boot now. That's good. That's disrespectful, and I'm happy for those who did shout you out and for them to get paid for your content. Well, he's not really, unless he's stealing my gameplay. Like if he's like literally going on my YouTube and like, you know, literally copying like the gameplay per se onto his video, that's stealing content per se, right? Builds for the most part can't be copyrighted. So if someone comes up with scenarios or possibilities or whatnot, like you can't copyright said thing. Not that you should. I mean, it's a game, right? At the end of the day, it's a game. But no, so he's not stealing content per se. At all. What he's doing is more so I would say repackaging builds or whatever. I don't know if he actually says he discovered it, like he discovered Heartseeker, like if he made those words, like the actual words, hey, I discovered Heartseeker, and I made it good again or something like that. Then it's kind of like now there's some questionable, like, really, did you? But I don't think anything needs to be done. I think the internet will do what the internet does, and like you know, call it out when they see it, in a sense. Yeah, I feel like they should at least mention the original creator of the build. I mean, that would be the best thing to say. That'd be the best thing to do, but you can't really. I think the internet will. Oh, I think the internet will do its thing. I'll put it that way. So I'm not. I don't really think about it. I'm not concerned about it. Honestly, if I'm credited, cool. If I'm not gonna bust a vein about it. I honestly didn't expect to be credited by so many people who actually was playing it. Like, I guess I'm not really used to that in D4. Like in D3, sometimes I would get it, like because that happens in D3 because I I would do some way off the wall stuff that shouldn't work, and it did, and then it did. But like, I guess in D4, this is like kind of the first time that like I was able to bring something to the market that hasn't been done to that degree per se yet. So you have a bunch of fans on this post backing you up, actually. Okay, yeah, I figured once the internet knows, if the internet knows where it came from, then the internet would do its thing. Can you please elaborate as to why not use Umber Crux on Heartseeker? What does Umber Crux do for Heartseeker? Or I guess what do you feel that Umber Crux would do for Heartseeker exactly? Because I'm guessing you feel like it should be doing something for Heartseeker. So if that's how you feel, what do you feel like it actually does for Heartseeker? It's a totem that does 20% of your damage. And it has really bad stats, except for innovation tempers. Like innovation is actually really good, but everything else is like crap for Heartseeker. And you're losing that aspect. You end up losing damage by going Umber Crux big time. Because your Heartseeker ricochets to the totem, and instead of your ricochet doing 75% damage, it does 20% damage. So really bad. Hey Royals, what's going on? You said you have a bunch of fans in the post backing you up. Actually, yeah. I mean, all of the big names like shouted me out, and again, I wasn't expecting that. Like Rack shouted me out, Rob shouted me out, Matthias, probably not a big name, but like really good rogue player shouted me out. Like, there's a lot of people that's kind of like giving like shout outs to. And again, I definitely was not expecting it. But I also do the same thing. Like, I credit Matthias the Gamer and Azario on the second video because they contribute to making it the baller build that it is right now. Right? They were in here theory crafting with me on day 2. Figuring out, hey, what can we do to make this even better? I'm so patient and understanding we are not. The mofo needs to give you credit. I don't know. I think it, I think it's one of those things where, like, again, the internet will cast judgment. Thus, therefore, I don't need to. Okay, so we can actually go back to Tyrio's Might. So I can actually go back to swap this for this. So let's see. It's here. Can you answer, please? What do you think about Beast Fall Boost over 6 innovation tempers? You're trading 25% multiplier for Beast Fall Boost to make sure you do have 100% energy. If you get a GA, Ultimate Cooldown Reduction, Beast Fall Boots, triple Masterworked on it, you can definitely lower the cooldown of your ultimate a bit faster, meaning you'll be able to get more death traps. Therefore, you can get more uptime on the No Witness Legendary node. This also means that you can choose a different temper other than innovation on your jewelry. I do think that even if you do all of that it is still a little less damage than just doing innovation tempers with a penitent greaves or regular boot with frostbitten, but it is definitely a choice that you can make that is definitely a much more of a feel good choice for sure. There's nothing wrong with doing it. If that's the way you want to go about it, you absolutely can. So therefore, you don't have to worry about innovation tempers at all if you would choose not to. You have to make a necro to do what now? Cross Pain Gorgers. That was definitely a Matthias thing. Matthias was the one who mentioned it to me. I actually wrote it off and didn't really put much thought into it. Now we did figure out how to optimize Pain Gorgers with it together, but he definitely was the one who mentioned it to me in YouTube comments. So I will not take credit for that. How do we consistently prop Pain Gorgers or keeping that up is not important. Every skill you use technically marks. So like any skill that isn't Heartseeker marks it, which is all the other 5 skills. Depth Trap does it the best because it continuously marks it, meaning you're continuously getting that 200% damage buff thing. Which is why Depth Trap is one of the best ultimates to use with it, although you can use other ultimates. What am I missing? Combination Dagger. Hello, Mr. Dioxide. Too realistic. What's going on? They highly count on click base only anyway. Oh, don't skip over my comment begging for 50 mil. You can't lie. See how much gold you got, bro. This actually isn't a lot of gold. If I try to reroll one of my amulets, this is not even enough. What I think about Flurry's and Dario guy from Woody, is it worth to drop Starless? So honestly, I think Starless guys, in more situations than not, when you look at the overall value of a build, I don't think Starless guys gives people as much value as people think that it does. You look at the damage, you look at the core skills, and you go, oh god, this is obviously best in slot, no question. But you do give up things on doing so, and depending on the build you're playing, it may not be worth. I was listening to Woody Joe when he said that on the stream. Actually, I was on the stream when he said it, and he's not wrong. He's absolutely not wrong. Sometimes quality of life and being able to get better utility to deal damage elsewhere can be worth more than the Starless itself. Does stats actually show damage per dark shot percentage? No, it does not. How's it going in this Shank Rogue? This isn't Shank Rogue. This is Flurry. Flurry is not Shank Rogue. Is Pain Gorgers a big difference maker compared to Fist of Fate for Heartseeker? Yeah. Yep. Was a good way to farm boss materials. Definitely Helltide. I mean, I guess I can spare you 50 mil. Endeavor. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on questions on both chats and trying to figure out what I need to do to build this combo point Flurry at the same time. I don't think I'm having enough cold tempers here, which means I'm gonna have to like masterwork the cold temper, which is gonna be actually quite hilarious. That's what I'm gonna be trying to go for on this ring. But otherwise, I'm gonna have to drop Starless. Endeavor, request invite real quick. Is Pinshot viable? Yes. Why do you not see anything about it? Most people don't really like playing Pinshots. Pretty much about it. Okay, what else did I have here? I think it was crit chance, right? I need to actually reroll crit chance. How important is Starless to Andy's Barrage? Pretty important for well to help you maintain your energy is pretty important. That's really it. The plus core skills don't matter at all. But you maintaining your energy is. What's ideal bow or crossbow? The guy, well, it honestly doesn't really matter. If you min max both, like have like 100%, like we're talking about like 100% min max perfect stats all around the board for optimizing for a crossbow or optimizing for bow. Bow is 0.8% more damage. 0.8%, not even 1%. However, if your amulet rolled weapon mastery because you couldn't get like the perfect 3 amulet, whatever, it's like the perfect 3, passes for the amulet. So if your amulet roll weapon mastery, ironically enough, the crossbow is 2% more damage because weapon mastery passive is better on the crossbow than it is on the bow. So, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. That is the answer. It legit doesn't matter. Whichever one you prefer. Everybody likes the way the bow feels and the super duper fast attacks that it does. So I just recommend doing the bow on the guide because people like the bow. I personally prefer a crossbow, but I'm like the only one on the internet that does, and that's okay. Can you tell you that I got a God Roll Amulet, 3 FXs, Malice Exploit, Lucky Hit Chance, and you got Max Turn from both. 3 grid affix? Wow, okay. You're lucky you're fan, man. Crossbow gain. Okay, Panda. Okay, yeah, look at Panda. Panda too. I just like the way it sounds. Like, I think for me, as someone who does, well, obviously someone who teaches music or whatever, you have to accept the trade. There you go. Yeah. As someone who does music and is very finicky about sound quality or sound in general, the bow Heartseeker sound just annoys me. Like, it really sounds like you're just basically taking a popsicle stick and you're wheeling it back and you're shooting it. Now the bows look cooler. Bows look way like I think the bow transmogs are like amazing. But like when I'm shooting the Heartseeker from that, I just feel very like, am I actually dealing damage? Because it doesn't sound like it. I mean, obviously you are, but like the sound bothers me. It just feels very anticlimactic when I shoot Heartseeker from a bow. So I'm like, so that is my reasoning for using crossbow. I say all that to tell you that it literally just legit doesn't matter. Like, it matters 0 amount which one you choose. If someone tells you, "Oh, bow is way better," they're absolutely lying to you. Hmm. I actually think Penitent Greaves here might actually make sense here too as well. I think we'll do it. So we'll do Penitent Greaves there. How many tippers I have left? 2? Okay, so I can pull off. This is fine. I think I have everything I need, mostly. I'm gonna have to crit on the cold tempers just to make it work though. But I think I could probably use most of everything I already have on the Paragon board because most of it should apply. So I think we should be fine. For Andy's build, can you use crossbow too? Technically, you can. Yeah, technically you can. However, the build on Maxroll in terms of the frame breakpoints is designed for crossbow, so it's like designed for bow. So you will have to do your own math to make sure that you can hit. I believe it's 12 frame on a crossbow. So that means the way that you would temper your attack speed and stuff like that will have to be a little bit different. Oh, sorry, the frame, it should be like, I think on the crossbow you should be able to reach 1 frame below that. 1, maybe 2, 1. But it would work because honestly speaking, the procs are based off of your weapon damage as well, like your weapon damage as a base value. So technically speaking, your Andy's procs would hit harder, but you would shoot a little bit less of them, if that makes sense. So it's a pretty similar story, but it just would make more sense, and it's easier probably to get what you need to do on the bow versus a crossbow. But you absolutely can do Andy's with a crossbow if you want to. You just got to do your own math to figure out the optimal breakpoint that way, which most people are going to do because people like bows. People don't like crossbows. Missing yesterday is try swapping out the vulnerable damage on the crossbow, the luckiest chance to gain energy for Heartseeker. Big damage loss? No, because crit damage and vulnerable damage period don't scale well because you have so much you have thousands of additive damage. So on my build, when you saw me crit for 2.1 billion, that's without vulnerable or crit damage on either one of my weapons. By the way, is Death Trap way better than Rain of Arrows for glove proc, or is it preference? I think in terms of burst, yes. However, Rain of Arrows might, you have so much additive damage that Rain of Arrows actually might provide some decent AoE. So there might be a case for that to help you clear in the T8 hordes a little better, because obviously Heartseeker is like a little bit more single target focused. So there might be a case to actually that you might want to use Rain of Arrows, probably in a try-hard setup, because you can cold imbue the Rain and Arrow, like the Rain of Vengeance stuff. Sorry, not Rain of Arrows. And you might be able to do some pretty decent AoE damage because it'll be cold imbued, and you have cold imbue on your skill tree. So I'm gonna go back and mess with that actually. I'm gonna go back and mess with that later. That's one of the things I'm gonna go back and mess around with is to do Rain of Arrows. I think you'll end up with less damage on single target, but you will end up with maybe a better clear speed per se, and people will love you for it because people love some Rain of Arrows. Okay, ambush control, candy, fluidity, chip. I think I already have all these glyphs already on my Paragon board. Yep. 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 Okay, yeah. So I guess we really don't need to change that Paragon board. We are Gucci. Yeah, we're good. So the ultimate you choose doesn't really, I'm gonna say it doesn't really matter. I would say that like there's perks to all three of them, but I think Death Trap, because you can get it off of cooldown faster and it helps with single target better. tends to be a preferable choice. However, if you would rather get the Unstoppable from Shadow Clone, you can, to help you get out of tricky situations. Or if you want better AoE clear, I think Rain of Arrows actually works pretty well. For me, I was just more concerned about getting that ultimate bonus damage up more. Like the No Witness passive, key passive, I was concerned about getting that happening more often. So that's the reason why I chose Death Trap. So I think for the absolute maximum damage you can get over like a set of time, Death Trap will be the best choice. If you want some Unstoppable, so therefore you're not stuck in something while your Shadow step is on cooldown, Shadow Clone is good for that. If you want additional AoE help clear, I think Rain of Arrows works fine. Aspect on New Ring, I haven't chosen yet. I'm just trying to temper, but I will make sure I don't forget this time around because I usually do forget. All right, we're gonna send it. Let's go. That Dex. How much crit am I running? Crit damage doesn't really matter in a lot of builds unless you're playing precision. Precision builds is the only time you actually truly care about crit damage. Outside of that, you don't care about that on Rogue at all whatsoever. And since we're not running a precision build, we don't care about crit damage, which is why we have none on our gear. Tried your Heartseeker, I like that. I was playing Andy's Rogue before that. It's really close between the two. Probably have to change Paragon and stuff from traps. No, because you still have cow traps. So I mean, Death Trap isn't the only trap you have. You still have cow traps. So your Paragon board wouldn't change at all. All right. I think I have everything I need. Keyword is think. Armor capped. I'm over armor capped. But that's fine. This is just messing around anyway. What do I want to put on this ring? What was in the previous ring? That's the question. The Edge Masters. Let's go with Expectant. Momentum, Expectant. Okay, I don't like elements there. I guess we could do Rapid, but I don't think we actually need that with the combination dagger we got here. Yeah, I guess it's just Edge Master then. I prefer Edge Master over elements. I do it for hip hop. Do it for hip hop. Give me a sec. I think I have everything I need. I'm gonna run out of cold tempers because I don't have enough. And I'm not about to spend all this gold trying to reroll amulets right now. So this is going to be a little there's gonna be scuffed, but we're gonna do it. So see my skill tree real quick. Do it for hip hop. Hey. Alright, it's 11. Actually, I don't have Shadow Step at all in this. Did I really try to do this with Dash instead? I guess we can do it instead of Dash. Because it is Flurry. Yeah, I guess it's fine. We'll just put that there. Put that there. Then we'll take we need because we do need crit chance here. Take that. Poison imbue. Remove that. Innovation, we do want this. So put 1 point into that. I think that's it. Now it's going to be more about getting used to all the buttons now. Is Barrage still the optimal leveling build? I think it's this. There's so many good leveling builds for Rogue that literally anyone you go, you can't really go wrong with. Flurry's fun. Barrage is good and fun. Twisting Blaze is actually still really good leveling build. You can level with Arrow Storms if you already have the aspects. Hey, am I going to turn my Flurry adventure into a guide? We'll see. If it's so, here's the thing. Like a lot of times, like if I'm experimenting with something or if I'm playing things, like if I have something to offer to the internet that no one else is doing or no one else kind of has something, it's typically when I make a video. I got it about it. So like, I'll give you an example. Like I won't make a video guide on Andy's Barrage. I just won't. Why? Because there's like a jillion of those. Right? There's nothing I can offer in that particular build that you have not already seen in like 40 other videos, right? So it just makes zero sense to do that. Now, if I'm doing something on Flurry that let's say no one else is doing and I think is viable or whatever, then I'll do it because then there's value, right? Because it's like, oh, no one's doing that. Hey, that's actually doing pretty good damage. It's doing whatever. Like, hey, let me try that. Like AKA Heartseeker, for example, right? That reason why the internet blew up on that is because, well, there was no Heartseeker videos of that caliber per se, I guess, doing what we were doing with close quarters combat. Like that didn't exist yet, so there was value in that. But making the video just to make a video, people aren't gonna watch it. So it's just a lot of my time being spent for people for things that people aren't gonna watch, and it's just kind of like, oh, there goes all my free time that I actually had. So it's like, well, probably shouldn't have did that, I guess. Okay, so now we need to change out one thing. No pay to get it. I know, right? I know, right?
I'm not ready yet.
See, I thought Couches was a mobility and agility skill. I haven't noticed them getting your trap bonuses. Yeah, it's interesting because like you generally typically don't pay attention to like the tags of the skill. Like if you look at the tag of the skill, it says agility, mobility, trap, right? But in essence, it's a trap skill just by design. If you kind of look at what it, oh God, look at that. Holy. Look at that size of that cow trap, by the way. I think I'm missing something. I think I have to do the whatchamacallit to make the thing count as a marksman skill, don't I? Yeah, I do. Okay. So I can't go Pentagon Degrees then. Why am I not using the shears? I'm gonna try both. But I'm gonna start off not doing it. Especially considering I don't have enough cold imbuement tempers at the moment to really take advantage of cold imbuement, because I'm not gonna roll this really good amulet or try to mess up this amulet, and I don't have an amulet nowhere near as good as that right now. So because I don't have enough cold tempers, attacking faster isn't necessarily gonna give me more damage, because I'm gonna be attacking a lot more often without cold imbuement, and that's not good. So it actually makes more sense to just do more damage in general per hit, even if I am doing a little, slower rotations, because I don't have enough cold imbuement and tempers. That's why. So I just don't have the gear right now. I don't have the amulet to use that dagger, if that makes sense. Where's this piece at? It's actually kind of funny now that I think about it. This is actually the same value. I don't know if Peach is still here, because I think Peach would find this funny. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's the same damage bonus. So it doesn't matter which route I go, I lose 25% no matter which route I go, which is absolutely insane. The only way I don't lose 25% is if I take out shadow imbuement, which means I lose fluidity. Wow. Because to proc the marksman part of this, I will either need to put puncture on my bar somewhere. And you can't take away blade ship, because then if I stack combo points with blade with puncture, I lose momentum stacks, which is a big damage loss. But I don't need an amulet. I may have to get. Well, the problem is that I definitely don't have the goal to be able to try to roll a second passive on an amulet, or or like percent damage on the amulet. I don't like 506 million is not enough generally. And I don't want to burn all of my gold on something I'm kind of just testing with in a sense. So it's fine. But yeah, it's 25% regardless. So I can't even use this legendary node without losing damage on boots. Hey, thanks. I'm out. See you tomorrow. All right, man. You have a good one. We do have to play some more, man. Heartseeker build, guys, says we need to reach 1500% damage per Dark Shroud. It's kind of impossible. So you get like 1,000 of it on your weapon. So let's say you reach 200% per dark per Dark Shroud, right? If you have 5 Dark Shrouds, that's 1,000. If you have 100% on this other weapon, you have 5 Dark Shrouds, that's 500%. So between the two weapons, without even the ring or the amulet, you're already at 1,500%. So I'm assuming we're counting 5 Dark Shrouds up because you should always have 5 Dark Shrouds. So I'm not talking about like the actual number here, but I'm talking about the number times 5. You're welcome. I heard someone, they mix Heartbreaker with Flurry. Well, the issue with that is that I lose momentum stacks the moment that I don't cast a Cutthroat skill. That's the issue. So I can't do that. That's why I actually have to go Blade Shift in order to make this work on a combo point setup. So there's real things that I lose in this by doing it this way. I guess we'll try a T7, I guess, see how this feels. I think I got everything I need, though. I'm not like 100% certain, but I think I got it. Barrier might be better than Edge Masters here, but we're about to see. Got Expectant, Flurry. All that stuff here. Okay. All right, Randy. I'll take, because even if I say no, you're not gonna accept you're not gonna accept no. But thank you, man. Oh, whoops. Bro, how about you? Wait, I don't have all the stash space for all this. But I'll take. Jesus Christ, dude. What? Fine. Fine. Probably end up giving it away at some point. I'm not gonna be able to use all that. But I appreciate you nonetheless. Ran an arrow for a trick of the trade. Oh yeah, I forgot. I have to put a ultimate skill on here, don't I? That's actually a very good point. I legit just yeah. Just kind of throw all this in this stash and worry about where it goes later. Okay. So yeah, yeah. So how am I gonna fit that in and also keep the no witness? I may not be able to go no witness then. So I definitely won't be able to bring my cooldown. Yeah, so I think I have to redo my paragon board then. Which I guess is okay. It's not that big of a deal, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna have to redo my paragon board. I don't think there's any way around it. Because I definitely can't go ultimate. Not long ago. Apparently not anymore. I'm okay now. We're gonna have to redo the paragon board here. I can't even proc tricks to the trade. I'm so mad about that because I lose a multiplier no matter what happens. I don't even know if I need to even go that board. But at the same time, it's like, what other board am I gonna go? Because all the other boards, well, kind of suck. I'm gonna say kinda, they do suck. So it's almost like I might as well, but I can't proc it. Was the task piece cap? Depends on what you're doing. Depends on the first cap or a second cap. Generally speaking, if you're following a guide, we've already taken care of that for you. Give it hell, bud. All right, so we got rotate the board. We're going momentum though, so I don't really need that either. But I'm gonna have all these extra points that I can't really put anywhere on combo point flurry. Now that I think about it, because none of that, all the other stuff really just doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But you know what? We'll just deal. I'm not about to spend hours trying to theory craft something different on this. I'll do it like on my off time. Validity. There. Go out this way. Heartseeker, why is Malice better than exploring the amulet? Malice actually double dips on boss stagger. I don't know why, but it does. And exploit was only good on Heartseeker, like really good on Heartseeker, when it would double dip on victimize. Since we're no longer using victimize, it loses a lot of its value. I'm not saying it's not good. I'm just saying I think there are other, and we got, you know, unstable elixirs now as a choice, and you know there's other options that are you know would be better now than before. I'm wondering if it's better to open materials for material chests for things like rawhide on the iron chunk and take gear. Yeah, I almost always do the materials chest, almost always, because like gear generally drops like candy most of the time. However, if you're looking for like a specific unique in Inferno Horde, then you would definitely take the gear chest instead. But if you're not, always go for the materials chest. I haven't really been that low on rawhide at all, but at the same time, I guess I don't really like masterwork that often, nor do I reroll that often, so I don't run into that issue. But I can imagine someone who would probably run into that issue like a lot more. But if you do, apparently, if you do legions, legions provide you a lot of with a lot of rawhide from what I hear. So if that's all you're really looking for, legions is really good for that too. Speaking of which, I don't think I've done a single legion yet. Okay, let's see. You're lying. The legions do iron chunks too. That I'm actually not quite sure. I think it's a lot of materials in general. I don't think it's just the rawhide. I would assume so, yes, but don't quote me on that. Ambush. Yeah. Remove the Starless ensure going combo points and put the cow trap aspect on gloves and move the glove temper to a new ring. I do attack fast enough for Starless to be worth it, but you actually might be right. Actually, yeah, because then I will get an aspect and I'll be able to trigger. Yeah, that actually probably would be, well, yeah, should be. It might be as worth. As, I don't know. It'll probably be worth pretty similar. You're not wrong. I'll also be able to keep my cold tempers up. That'd be a good thing. Also, barrier would be up more often too because Starless kind of hurts your barrier. This is why Rudy dropped it for his Andy's build. So, you're not wrong. I'm gonna have to look at my stash and see if I have a good enough ring to supplement that. But that's a very good idea. Ouch. Where did I put a point? Where did I put too many points at? Somewhere has too many points. Or we can just do that real quick. I'm not about to. Pretty sure it's a starter board. Actually, no, it's not the starter board. Oh well, that's fine. That works. That's good enough. All right, so let's check the stash for a complimentary ring. Man. This ring should be fine. You know what? We're gonna do it. We're gonna send it. Let's see if we can get Horde and Beam on this, because then I'm gonna have to reroll anything. Let it cook. Cook. Beam it again. Well, at least I didn't break it. I just got the same roll again. All right, so yeah, Ricky's gonna need another ring just like that. Hey, actually, why do I have this ring? I don't know why I have this ring. Why do I have this ring? Already tempered. I don't understand. When did I do this? I don't know when I did this. Okay. What's the mass work on this right now? Oh, 0 tempers too? Okay, so I can't even change anything. I guess it is what it is. Alright, we'll just Masterwork it. Hold and beam it. Actually it's probably best right now. Sure, whatever. We don't care right now. Sure. Okay. We'll roll with that. Craft a skull. Throw that there. Okay, so we put the cow trap aspect here. So we can proc Tricks of the Trade. It's gonna be the what's it called? The it's not Tricksters. It's gotta be utility, right? Yeah, there we go. There it is. Okay. Alright, did that. And that was here, so we just throw that here. Some. And we gotta change the gems out of the gear because we're not whatchamacallit. Yes, we can just throw crit damage gems on here, I guess. Probably vulnerable gems. Sapphires. Alright, that should be it. Alright. Guess we'll just send it on the T7, see how we feel about it. I'm pretty sure the first time I do this is gonna be really bad because I have no muscle memory at all with any of this. No, I'll just leave the gems the way they are. That's fine. I think that's fine. So let's just hope I can like not make a ton of mistakes while playing this. Do you normally put on bots? Blaze shift? Yeah, blaze shift. I gotta build combo points. What bit am I trying now, Flurry? A combo point Flurry though. Whoops. I'm the Flurry not casting. There you go. I have no sort of rotation at all in terms of what I should be doing. Like 0. Is Nas or Jay-Z? Neither. It sounds like one of them, right? A little bit. It's not AI. It's not AI. I promise. 890 Cal versus 925 crown of Lucian. It doesn't matter. The stats is what's important. No. I do feel like anytime that you do use a skill that isn't a cutthroat skill, losing a stack of momentum is a little harsh for the amount of damage that you're getting for it. Curious, what would the max rapid fire you want to have on the build? 25, but you can get more. Well, more is always better. You max it out as high as you can get it. Oh, okay. Oof. This is based also understand that, like, especially when I'm like testing or I'm playing around with like different setups or whatever, like my gear is usually pretty thrift shop. So I'm just getting an idea of like how does it feel to play more so than anything else. But obviously my Heartseeker setup is, you know, I spent days on that. So it's definitely gonna be pumping a little harder naturally. Well, way harder, I guess, than, you know, than a lot of things I would do. I wonder why my second win is as low as it is. I guess I also don't have barrier on my boost too. I guess that's another reason. I could do barrier generation and then not do penitent grease, but so I was able to get Heartseeker to S tier. Yep, sure it was. Yeah, we were. Yep, we were able to. Gotta cast my calf traps way more often. Same thing with my blaze shift or my shadow step. I wonder if it'll just feel a bit more fluid if I just did it, if I just did the dagger instead. Let's throw on a dagger. If you make your rapid fire build more hardcore friendly, what would you do? Doombringer on the other weapon slot probably. It'll be your best bet for sure. Outside of that, you could go with the Shaco, like the Harlequin's Crest over Nameless for more damage reduction. It's pretty like, that's pretty much the biggest things you can do. I guess it doesn't really matter if I don't change out the gem, it's fine. We'll just go. Okay. I feel like I'm like in even with the combo points and the additional attack speed from combo points, I feel like I'm in that flurry animation a long time. Like a long time. And that just doesn't feel good, so we'll go with the dagger. That's actually a pretty good hit, a pretty good crit hit that happened. can't cast my Flurry. That's weird. So is a tier for hordes like Heartseeker, Rapid Fire, Barrage, Arrow Storms? I'd probably say Andes first. Well, not probably. I would definitely say Andes, her first, Heartseeker second. It's kind of hard to really figure out what's third. I think I would want to say Rapid Fire's third in hordes, but it depends on the player because it's not easy to play. I think if we're not taking skill into consideration, I would say Rapid Fire third, Barrage fourth, Cold Barrage fourth. Arrow Storms, Flurries, Arrow Storms and Flurry I probably put in like somewhat tied for fifth ish. They're very like I think it's actually like really close. I mean, it's not like there's a huge gap. T8 horrors aren't really an issue for any of those builds, really. Like the top three, especially. How about Andesite variation with Teleport, Flurry, and Starless? I did that yesterday. That's why I'm doing come up points today. I feel like doing Teleport, Flurry and anything outside of speed content that isn't in Darius is a pretty big damage loss for Flurry. You kind of have to go the stacking, unfortunately, unless you're doing Andes. Bro, why can't I? McFlurry build. How much T7 is going? I mean, it is T7. I honestly expect almost every build, most builds in the game, to be able to comfortably do T7. I just can't get my Flurry to cast when I wanted to. It's odd. Like I literally, I'm gonna have to think about how I'm doing my my scroll movement because I cannot cast in between for some reason. Cast. Oof. Loving Andy's Flurry. Do I have Andy's to test? I don't really want to do that. Cause like I think the thing is that I want to do things others aren't. So I mean, Woody's already done that like literally 2 days ago. So it's kind of like I'm just doing the same thing he's already done. So am I really testing anything, or am I just doing something people already seen already? The idea is to try things that haven't really been tried before to see if there's any like hidden gem somewhere, aka Heartseeker, for example. But I mean, Andy's Flurry works. Like we know that. We knew that since last week, right? But that's because Andy's just carries. Can we make? Can Flurry be the main damage dealer and also work out as well? And if so, how well can it, you know, do in a sense? I might have to think about doing like a got CC'd. Blister, what's going on? You said am I doing solo self found? Not necessarily, no. I mean, people have given me stuff, so definitely won't say that. But I typically tend to play solo most of the time, especially when I'm testing things. If I'm experimenting, I can't do that in groups. Nah, I'm experimenting, so you don't want to play with me with this setup in groups. Trust me. Especially when I'm trying to figure things out. I don't know if what works, what doesn't, if I have other people playing as well. There will be a certain point where I'm not like experimenting or whatever like that, and then I'll be more open to more group play stuff. But if I'm experimenting, that, you know, group play does not help that at all. Now, I just can't cast my Flurry when I'm doing Blaze Shift though. That's what feels extremely clunky about it. I figure it would feel a little clunky if I did that, but actually doing it now kind of reconfirms it. But on paper, it should be the higher damage option. Should be, but it just doesn't feel good. Which is what I would figure would happen, but still, yeah. Get back here. So I think I might just do pure physical. I'm thinking. Go back, do I wouldn't even say preparation. I'll just do inner sight. But I have to change out boots through resource elixir. But I think I might have to set up to make it work. Okay. Was hoping that would feel a little better, but oh well. We'll go back to inner sight. You want to test double imbued puncture? Oh, you mean like cold imbuement and pestilent points? I mean, you can do that. You can do it on like an Andes. Yeah, you can do it on an Andes puncture build. You can do that technically. Alright, so we'll go physical. Physical should be pretty easy to gear for. which means I have to go back to my paragon board that I had before, which that's fine. I prefer it anyway. So Heartseeker last season, I've seen them get it mostly online from level 60. I got the 100, but I quit the season mostly during Endario runs. Yeah, you feel like Heartseeker needs to be perfect to get it going? Nah, I honestly think it's the opposite. I say the opposite. I actually think Andy's Barrage is more difficult because getting a right fist of fate is harder than anything you need on Heartseeker. And you also need a unique, like you have to have Andy's, obviously. I actually think Heartseeker is easier to get going. To pure physical fury, Flurry Rogue with Intercept was your first build of the season. It was okay. Able to do T7, that's decent gear. I want to try to do it with preparation though, so I can get that no witness board going. But it does require a lot of like resource cost reduction to kind of make happen. So I think it's hard. Like pretty hard to do it that way. Let's see. Back to my all right, let's go to Paragon board. There we go. Need a +4 second win before I was down at T7 with the even only with rubies in your gear. Well, the tryhard, yeah. I think the tryhard is going to be a bit more difficult to manage because you don't have dash. So yeah, I can imagine that. But I think the original full build, like the build that was meant for like, to make it easy for anyone jumping into the build, yeah, that's pretty easy to build. I mean, I'm not min-max on it right now. I'm far, like my Heartseeker gear is definitely not perfect. I guess we just assume that streamer, like, I guess it's a fair assumption that, streamer gear is like perfect gear or near perfect gear, trillions of gold worth of gear. When you watch Woody especially, or you watch me, usually I start with pretty much goodwill based gear. And then I eventually get better gear and better gear and better gear, but it's still pretty far from min-maxed. But it also gives you a sense of like what you can do, even if you don't have, billions upon billions upon billions of gold worth of gold gear, I guess. And what does Barrage do to fight the bosses or the council of the inner hordes without Umbra Crux? Normal Barrage has no boss damage at all. Normal Barrage is actually okay on boss damage. I think the idea is many people don't realize how important it is to play around the totem on normal Barrage. Like, unlike Andes in the sense where, the totem is important on Andes too, but it's more important on normal Barrage. And there can be quite a bit of inconsistencies with the totem because obviously the councils tend to move a lot. All right, so getting the totem to be where it needs to be on normal Barrage on the councils can be quite frustrating. But when you do plant it and it's close enough to the councils and you do a normal Barrage, it's actually not that bad boss damage. Does it compare to Andes? No. Does it compare to Heartseeker? No. But you're not spending like 5 minutes fighting the council with a properly placed totem. That I can guarantee you. But I think the thing is that like when I see people say that, it's generally a lot of it has to do with they're not playing around the totem as much as as needed. Reason why I know this is because I got, oops, I got that comment at the start, and then I chose to go from rapid fire to barrage just to test for myself to see whether or not, are the complaints, valid. And at first, when I was not doing it correctly, I felt that way too. And then I was like, oh, okay, so really, yeah, you literally have to be shotgunning that totem, man. It's not easy. It's definitely not easy, but it's the same amount of points to grab impairment reduction on no witness. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it could go up to the whatchamacallit. Yeah, just go straight up and then go across. I think that's actually on the original. It is on the original. True. I don't know why I wasn't thinking about it. But thanks for spotting that. Actually, wait a minute. I think I did. I think I did too many points. I feel like I added 2 points somewhere by doing it this way. So I went this way to go this way. Yeah, that's 2 points more to do that way. Materials shouldn't Paragon board change drastically since all the resist nodes become useless? Are you sure the resist nodes are useless still though? I'd recommend that you take a look at them again. For the amount of points it takes to get there, you don't care about the resist, you care about the life percent, because it's hard to grab health on many places of your gear, so you still take yeah, basically what Dank says. I'm gonna follow you on Twitch. What's up? Hey, I have a 3GA combination dagger. Should I go for barrage or rapid fire build? I wouldn't make a build based off of combination dagger. I would make it if you like let's say you already was planning on playing rapid fire or cold barrage or whatever, then sure. But if you're playing a whole different build now, don't change out of that because of combination dagger. So what the better question is, what are you playing right now? Oh, deadly ambush here. Rotate the board. I know somehow you upgrade the frontal combat by just clicking on it a few times. How do I do that? If you hold down, if you grab the scroll and then you hold down shift, shift left click, you can keep left clicking on that scroll until it's max. It's actually one of those things that used to apply to some other things in the game that took me a while to figure out myself. People were, you know, it's like, hey, why are you doing it this way? And I'm like, doing it what way? Like, you're doing it the long way. And like, there's a short way? And it's like, yeah. So I've been able to apply that to multiple things in the game. I'm just like, whoa, I did not know that was a thing. Actually, wait a minute. I messed up my order. I don't think it really matters, so whatever. Doesn't actually matter. There's no nodes that I care about. Dashboard. I think I'm gonna have to revisit boards anyway pretty soon. Actually, why don't we even have Canny? Canny shouldn't even be in this because we're doing physical. Troll should be there though. I don't have any other physical glyphs leveled up though. Pride is not leveled up. What board did I put Candy on? Was it here? I did. You know what? Yeah. All right. As a stopgap, we're gonna do this. It's a stopgap. Not a great glyph for this. It's a stopgap until we get Pride up. Because it also helps with resources since it says I'm doing preparation, so that actually might be a decent thing to do for now. Because, you know, like I said, my gear is usually pretty thrift shopped here, so T12. I'm missing okay, so Eldritch Bounty. Actually, no, we can't do Eldritch Bounty because, yeah, physical. I have an idea though. Exploits physical, so it's exploit is strength, so it's Pride is strength. Okay. So I can kind of just pick up another board just cause. I think I should have enough points to make it happen. If not, I can probably force it. Currently playing your latest Heartseeker build, trying to gear for it. I have some aspects and uniques for it already. Okay, well if that's the case, then keep playing Heartseeker. Right? I wouldn't switch to Rapid Fire Barrage because you found a combination dagger. You're gonna find many uniques that are pretty cool. I don't think you should think about switching your entire build when that happens. It would not help you to do that. Okay, so I have 17 points now. I got all the glyphs I want. Say most of the glyphs I want. Put in combat as a stopgap. I think I can make this work. I did it before. Let's see. Intelligence, rotate. Get the strength up here. Oops. I'll have to. Okay, so I won't actually have the radius increase for it though. Yeah, I won't have the radius increase to do it. But I can make it happen. Where are we? I'm gonna have to go into like yeah, I'm gonna have to level up the pride glyph. So we're gonna have to do nightmare dungeons to make that last little thing work. But that's fine, we can do that. I don't mind. Just typically I'll just go here. 12. So we can just go. There's dex right there, there's strength there. Pick up the strength here. Everything's kind of outside the whatchamacallit. Yeah, there's enough strength super close by that all I need is just a couple of more points to kind of fill that out, and then I'll be able to pick up an extra glyph, and one that would be just purely for energy, which actually should work out pretty well if I was trying to continue to do with this. So I think this actually might work out. How big of a damage comparison is Heartseeker Victimized to Heartseeker QC or CQC? Pretty big. CQC is definitely CQC is definitely the better way, because you not only are you gaining about 26% multiplier, but you're also gaining 20% more or you're getting 15% more attack speed. And you can pick up some extra free crowd control. Well, actually that doesn't really matter. Let's just say Victimize isn't dealing nearly enough damage to like keep. Like all of your AoE, honestly, is gonna come from Pain Gorgers. Not all of it, but some of it is gonna come from Pain Gorgers as well as Tyrion's Might arrows. Because believe it or not, your buff damage makes the Tyrion's Might arrows actually hit for a decent amount of damage. When I say Victimizes A tier, so I'll put it this way, reaction. Here's a good way of looking at it. Do you remember the first video I put out about Heartseeker? And then I put out a second video a day later about Heartseeker is even better. The first video is Victimized. Second video is Close Quarters Combat. You can kind of look at how different that is between the two. There's a noticeable difference between the two. I will go back and I will revisit it, but I don't think that there is much of a way to really make Victimize work out better. Maybe with the crown, but if you do that, you have to remove adaptability from your amulet because crown doesn't work with adaptability, so that's a problem. It just becomes pretty difficult to manage it all. Would you rather play with Victimize? Is that what you're asking? I mean, you can if you would like. Have I been? You get your first level kill this season? Nice, man. Also, Stormtrooper, what's going on? Can Flurry Andy works with 2 uniques as a dagger slots? I don't think you would want to do that. Well, I mean, unless you do Umber Crux and Ashiras, you can. Technically. So I guess, yeah. Okay, where is my other rings at? I feel like I don't know where some of my gear is at. For instance, where's my Heartseeker ring at? Oh yeah, this is it. Okay. All right. So we need to do that. We need to change out of this combination dagger. So we need to do just a regular sword. Actually, Doombringer wouldn't be too bad here. Hmm. Let's go with this. I guess a Shearer's dagger makes sense here, so we'll keep that. I gotta do a different boot for sure. How bad the victimized bug at the moment? It does way less damage than you do. Way less damage than you do. When it's supposed to be doing way more damage than you do. It's probably the easiest way to put it. So victimize is good, but CQC is definitely better. I honestly wouldn't even say victimize is good. Like I at the moment I just don't think it's worth it. Unless you just want like a way easier play style per se. I guess you can do victimize, but victimize isn't really doing anything for you. It's almost like not having the key passive at all. Like that's kind of what it is. But yeah, but I mean, if you want to play victimize, you can. Again, I'm not stopping you or trying to tell you not to do so. It's sounding like you really want to do it, and it's like if you're asking me, it's like, but is it all right? Is it all right if I do victimize because I prefer it? The answer is yes, you can. You will clear T7 and T8 hordes mostly just fine with victimize. But CQC is definitely better. All right, let's Masterwork this. Or temporary, I guess. Let's do mobility. I have a double GA win force. I'm using Scott Hunter with your Barrage. So you can switch, or Scott Hunter is always the best choice. Oh, I have a bow like that, but I appreciate it. Those gauntlets actually might be nice though. I guess yeah. What we temporary mobility? Yeah. That +3 mode. That's fine. That works. And then we got this Crafty wants to give me a glove. So I guess bounty doesn't scale with cold clip. It doesn't proc it, unfortunately. Let me not salvage those on accident and just, oh, that's a champagne bottle of life. I think we got mostly what we want. I think we're about to find out. Okay, so we definitely need a freeze temper. So we got, I guess we got Caltrast, but a freeze temper would be very nice to get. Baller. First try. Nice. All right, so Masterwork. I guess I really don't care what gets Masterwork here, but the energy per second would be the preference, I guess. All right. That's just bad. We just got off on a bad start. Okay, screw that. We need to convert mats. Why mouse over exploit? Because we're not using victimize anymore. Therefore, exploit is not double dipping. Hey, let me what you down for. Anything you down for. I used to be around more. But
I can take common, turn until spring.
in your Heartseeker builds, I've seen that you shoot like 4 projectiles at once. Is that because of 100%, 20% chance of Heartseeker projectiles to cast twice? Once you get 100%, you don't get more. So 100 is the max. But you also got to remember that with Heartseeker, you got to look at the actual passive on the Heartseeker. Down here, fundamental arrow. I'm sorry, primary Heartseeker. Heartseeker ricochets to an additional enemy. So a single cast generally hits 4 times if you have 100% projectiles, because you're ricocheting once with 1 arrow, and then you proc another arrow because of your projectile increased chance. So you get 4 arrows. That happens. So many styles. I am a group. Damn. I don't know why I like that line so much.
Need something forged?
Dude, don't bend him. Jeez, all right, tempers. I'm not looking for perfection, but dang. Okay, I'll take that. That's fine. Sure. Whatever this is gonna be. This is gonna be movement speed, right? Yep. So I was so down when it's a victimizer bug and Heartseeker was trash. I've been saying towards the beginning of the season that I didn't think Heartseeker was trash. Because we had him B tier, I was saying that like Heartseeker is not as good as it used to be. But it's not unplayable, is what I said initially. And I said I was gonna build it at some point. So I was gonna build it in general just to play around with it myself to see how it feels. So I just had no idea that it was going to be as good as it ended up being, but I always never like doubted that, you know, Heartseeker was unplayable. So I never thought it was trash. I just didn't think it would be, well, S tier. Let's put it that way. So I was glad that I built it when I did, or I said, you know what, let's play some Heartseeker. Because the idea was like to show people that it's not as bad as people think it is. It wasn't the idea to create a new S tier build initially. It just happened to work out that way, but that was not the original idea. But we know now, so okay, so aspects, right? So that's not gonna work.
Father bless. What do you need?
I think we have to go. Okay, so we're definitely gonna have to proc the whatchamacallit back. So we'll do mirror. Yeah, we'll do mirrored here. Do momentum here, that's fine. So stolen. Traps. Prayer. Momentum. I guess what else could I have here? I guess Edge Master is really the only Edge Masters. Yeah, I guess Edge Master is the only other one. I guess so. No, I guess no, it's not. You can go Frostbitten. That makes more sense. Okay. I think that's it. But my concern is energy, so I might need to roll resource on this bow. This bow is specifically meant for for Flurry, so we can just roll the crit damage off. It literally doesn't do anything. Heartseeker builds, I've seen that you shoot 4 projectiles at once. I answered that, yeah. So you shoot 2 projectiles at once, but it ricochets. So Heartseeker has a thing called primary Heartseeker. So when you shoot one, it ricochets and hits a different target. That's what happens. So you'll shoot twice, but it'll ricochet again. So I think people may not look at this second passive to know that it ricochets a second time. Am I after vulnerable? No. At least not at the moment. I have no idea what my energy consumption is going to be like with this, so we're just gonna, you know, go for it and kind of just see what happens.
Do that here.
Let me see something. On this recent starter, Heartseeker build with everything but the mythics about 8/8. I can clear in front of horse okay, but it's hitting a plateau without the mythics. Is it the damage or just the like the toughness that you're having an issue with? I guess I can do it either way, it's fine. Yeah, I guess it's fine. We can do it this way. That's fine too. Then use Shadow Step to go that way. Cool. All right. Now we gotta change stuff in next skills tree now. We need Death Trap here. Cow Traps. Flurry. What is the last skill? I mean, yeah, I guess what would the other skill be? I could just put Dark Shroud on the bar, just for the hell of it. It's also trap, poison trap or whatever, but also don't need that either. So I'll max out second wind. Yeah, I guess I could do dash. Yeah, I also do need the crit chance, so I guess that works. All right. Okay. But I do need to level up my pride glyph, so and if I have 60% chance to arrows projectile to cast twice, can I get the roll from Masterworking at 4 to 12 to get to 100, or do I need to go higher in Masterworking? If you got the 60% chance, I think you're at the low roll of that spectrum. If you're 4 out of 12 and you're at 60% to cast twice, that's a low roll. Like you got a pretty low roll on that, unfortunately. I would definitely masterwork that as high as you possibly can, because that's going to be the most important, by far the most important thing. I won't say by far. I'll say the damage per Dark Shroud is also important, but the multiple projectiles is going to be even more important. So I would just masterwork the projectiles if I was in your situation. Okay, so I know I'm probably missing something, but we're going to go ahead and just level up the glyph and get some gameplay going. So now people have just been watching me build stuff. I haven't been playing anything. So wow, I only have materials, enough materials just for one Nightmare dungeon. Wow. I think I got a resource potion in here. Don't I have a resource potion? I have a max life potion. Probably should craft some just in case. Resourcefulness. Here we go. All right. Let's see how it rolls without it. Building is one of the fun stuff. I think it is too, but that may not everybody may feel that way. Thunder Smoke, appreciate the prime. This is regular Flurry, not Andy's Flurry. Yeah. Oh, that's a sub. Sorry, Thunder Smoke with the sub. Thanks, man. So this is not Andy's Flurry. Yeah, not Andy's Flurry. Technically speaking, you can make anything, any skill plus Andy's, and it all of a sudden works. The challenge is, can you make any of the other skills without Andy's and still work? I'm doing really well on my resources. Actually, hold on, wait a minute. Okay, yeah, I am doing preparation. Okay. They're also all down in one hit, so I probably should just change. Oof. Yeah, leave me alone while I do this. There we go. Just for some speed. There we go. Actually, for the time being, I know I can pull 1 point somewhere. Probably not from there. Let's... no, I think I can get 1 point out of that. Let's get the extra charges. Thanks for the bill, guys. The season, Rogue season for you. So I'm all up in your guy business. Appreciate it. All good, man. Thank you. It's been fun. Theory crafting so far. It has been hella fun this season. That was such a late death trap. Really fun to move around like this, though. I'm glad I can do this with that preparation. I think it's actually a huge upgrade over doing this with the inner sight. I guess we'll do the event, sure. TP without the damage loss would be so nice. Yeah, honestly, it should just be baked into the skill. Or I guess maybe, let me rephrase that. Not baked into the skill, but maybe baked into one of the Flurry aspects or whatever. Versus you having to kind of have to make a choice between the two. Because I mean, that's kind of the draw right now for Flurry is legit the teleport. Oh, why did I take that? I didn't even look at what it was before I did it. You should have followed. King Titan, welcome back. I'm definitely lacking dex and crit after seeing die stats. Well, you also gotta understand, I also like... Oh, 14. Are you serious? Come on, y'all could have given me 15. Y'all could have given me 15. Most people are gonna have less dex than I do because I generally run dex in my armor pieces, which is one of those things where it's really usually not preferred because it makes you very glassy. Because you lose a lot of like percent life, like roughly 54, I think it's 54-ish percent EHP if you go all emeralds instead of rubies. It's just a lot more. Yeah. What Crafty said is true. Yeah, it's like super fun, just like, you know, teleporting everywhere. Oh, Butcher. Not like I care. But I guess I need the Aminus, right?
I need more time.
It just feels so empty, man. Gotta go all the way back up.
It needs time to recharge.
Will this version of Flurry replace your old guide? It's mostly the same. It's mostly very similar. I just took out the poison imbue. I was trying to stretch to try to pull out just a teeny bit more damage by having poison imbue and Eldritch Bounty legendary node. I don't really think it's worth the more, like, not playing it more. I think it's just better just to go pure. It makes more sense to just go pure physical. You do still lose a little damage, but you're just really not going to be able to keep up that poison imbue. You're meant to be able to fully take advantage of the Eldritch Bounty legendary node and also the canny glyph or whatever. So. Nah, we're not. I'm not gonna save you all this time. I got things to do. What's Nightmare Dungeon for? To level up a glyph that I don't have at 15 yet. Let's see, 17. All right, so now, actually, let's do this. Just because I can. I actually want to see if I can run all Dex gems in my gear with this, though. Probably not a good idea, but I want to try. Waiting for my version of Andy Flurry. I'm gonna post a variant on the site probably sometime tomorrow. That's the plan. Okay, so we definitely gotta go this. I'm having no issues with energy, like 0. I was expecting to have more energy, more issues with energy. I wish I could masterwork this better, but oh well. What else was I gonna do? So definitely have to do Starless now, but I think I'm back in the same issue where it's like Tricks of the Trade legendary node may not be worth. Because it's still a same 25% multiplier. It was before when it made sense to not use a Starless ring, but now that it definitely does make sense to use a Starless ring, I'm almost just thinking about going back to Penitent Graze boots, because I don't think I need the energy regen. And this gives me a pretty quick way to chill. In the crafting race, I was like tonight, I got the beast fall boost for 10 degrees. It made you super squishy. That shouldn't have happened. That shouldn't have been the case. I would say if you're having any issues, well, I guess it depends on like I guess what contents are you playing? I think, and also what are you dying to? I think that's probably a big thing. Or I've taken preparation instead of inner sight because we want to lower the death trap cooldown more often so we can proc the no witness paragon node. This, or sorry, not that, this. So like the more we can get death trap off a cooldown, the more damage we deal. Actually, you know what? You know what? Actually, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We can do that. We can do something. I just realized something. We can do something. Death trap makes more sense. But there's a button there. Hold on, before I do that, let me we might be able to throw random arrows in here. It actually might make more sense. So I mean, we got 424, 19. Doesn't matter. Okay, so that's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, so we were able to pick up an extra glyph still. Prod is really not great on this board, but we're just taking it for now until I optimize some other things. But that's just picking up an additional glyph, so that works. Let's remove one more point somewhere else. We can do it. We can find it. Definitely not ultimate damage. Definitely don't want to take anything out of that one. It's gotta be like a life node, like a percent life node that I don't care about. That I may not care about in this setup. That's too big. I want to keep the 4%. Little dog with the 5 gift of subs, appreciate you. So wait, wouldn't it be better to spend more energy than with less resource cost reduction to get more CD for DC? Well, that's the thing. It's kind of hard to upkeep Flurry with like spam without inner sight. So you actually have to have some resource cost reduction to make it happen. But I don't know how much yet. That's what we're testing. That's what all this is like, you know, experimenting with. Like on paper, I know how much, but like it's kind of different when you're playing in the game versus what you see on paper oftentimes. So yeah, bruh, there's no other way to do this other than take this out the way. I'll refigure this later, but I think this is fine. This is good enough. Yeah, I guess we could go Overshad. But I think I have no way to proc Tricks of the Trade legendary node unless I was to put like remove dash and maybe put like puncture on the bar, or trade out Death Trap for Rain of Arrows actually. Because Rain of Arrows is a marksman skill, so that will proc, that should proc Tricks of the Trade. Okay, so with that being said, I guess I have enough resources, seems like right now, to remove. I honestly think it's the combat glyph. I think it's the combat glyph that's doing it. It's actually quite funny. 'Cause I think it's doing it too good. So we're gonna go with a different sure. Why not life on hit? That doesn't really matter. Just get rid of the whatchamacallit. Probably don't need that there either. But that doesn't hurt the cause. So we'll leave that. Let's go back. By the way, what does Maxroll determine the build is S, A, B, C? It also depends on what the other builds are doing. Basically, like I would say like pit tier 140 plus roughly. It's kind of what we have for like S tier. Being able to completely dominate T8 hordes, both throughout and the councils, while being able to acquire roughly about 500 to 600 Aether on average. There's some more metrics we kind of looked at, but I can't think of all of them. I'm curious. This doesn't have any effect on it, but yeah, because all it does is just refund the energy though. So technically speaking, I can have another glyph there, but I don't want to spend time trying to figure out how I'm going to do that right now. I kind of just want to play the game now. I'll probably just put Devious there at some point. Or whatever. Devious closure. But combat works. We'll keep it there. For now. I wish I could actually spend more energy. I think a crown will allow me to. Because what I originally have, I originally have crown. But now I might have to go back to my other boots to be able to sustain the energy. My other boost now. Where did I put him? Energy per second. Yeah, the boost will solve it actually. So I guess I could do that too. Or almost. we'll do it both ways. We'll mess around with it both ways. For now, let's do Penitent Greaves. Let's see if we can let's do yeah, if we can get Flurry to attack, man, if only we can get Flurry to attack like considerably faster. Flurry is good. Frostbitten is good. Let's see. Actually, how often do I have barrier up? Actually, might be better off with accelerating when I think about it if I just want more attack speed. But I don't think I'll be able to reach. I don't know where I'm at right now in my gear to know exactly how much attack speed I have, to know how many breakpoints I go up if I go with accelerating. The cold clip, does it give you basics to cold and beam talents you selected from the skill tree? Yep. That's how we get the free vulnerable proc. It's actually not doing bad, at least from when I'm got him right now. I think we're gonna do let's do accelerating. We should introduce some new aspects for Barbarian. Not much has changed since season 1. It's more so like the core skills don't really seem to really not get as much love, it seems like, on Barbarian the past two seasons. Okay, so the attack speed will allow me to actually, I just realized something. I think, yeah, like Twisting Blades and Flurry are both missing like really good weapon tempers. That would like definitely help. I should move crit chance on this. Let's wait a minute. Let's go attack speed here. So Cal, I'm at 100% crit basically, at least throughout the Informed Friends. Not on the boss, obviously, but let's go ahead. This should just feel better, I think. So we'll do it this way first, and if I need to change something out, I will. Go back. TB should just be the bug from season 0 and season 1. Well then, I mean, I wouldn't say that, because then you only have one way to play Twisting Blades, and that's it. Like every other way would be just not viable if that bug was still there. So like it'll be one way to build Twisting Blades, and that's legit combo point Twisting Blades. Poison Abutment. You couldn't even play Inner Sight Poison Abutment because it wouldn't be good enough. So you have one very strict way of playing Twisting Blades, and every other way would be terrible. So, and even then, I don't think it, even with that bug, like considering how strong some of the other builds are today, I don't even think even with that bug, Twisting Blades would be any higher. Maybe high A tier, maybe even with that bug. They just need to just give Twisting Blades an actual weapon temper that matters. They just didn't do that yet. Same thing with Flurry, honestly. They both need tempers that actually matter on the weapon. What build should I run for a rogue? Just level 1 today. I'm thinking Heartseeker over Andy Road. If that's the one you think you would find, or you think you would have more fun playing, then go for it. I think you can't go wrong with either build. I forgot to change out my ultimate. Whoops. Everything's getting one-shotted. I'm trying to actually like... Do you think they should bring back the Paladin class? They'll probably bring back some sort of holy class next expansion. Okay, let's... Rain of Arrows, here we go. Return Blaze Radius, maybe. I don't know, like maybe increase damage per per blade that's stuck into the target, so like almost like a stacking effect of some sort. And so like not only is it you're getting an increased damage per blade that's stuck in the target, but the returning blade gets the full amount of damage of how many blades you got stacked on a target. Something that kind of allows you to play it not only around the single targeted portion of it, but also the returning blades part of it. I don't know, something like that. Yeah, I actually think Rain of Arrows actually makes more sense in this, believe it or not, than Death Trap. What's the strongest possible rogue build pre-mythics? Well, I mean, the mythics don't really make the rogue builds stronger per se. They just allow you to be able to sustain something, I guess. Like for instance, like most builds is just Tyrael's Might and that's it. And then there are some builds that have Starless, but Starless is just to make sure that you can maintain your energy efficiently. That's it. So it's not like mythics makes rogue builds much stronger, because they really don't. It just adds survivability, aka Tyrael's Might, or it adds easier energy efficiency, basically. That's kind of really it. But regardless, I would say for overall clearing and everything like considered, I'd probably still say Andy's. Even though I think Heartseeker would be easier to build without mythic uniques. Well, actually, wait a minute. You said pre-mythics, okay. Yeah, so you can't even play Andarios. You can't even play Andes without Mythic. 'Cause Andes is a Mythic, so yeah, Heartseeker for sure. I just thought about that. It's Grizz, what's going on, man? Embrace the meme, do Heartseeker Andes. Yeah. I think like Andy's probably, you know, like in terms of in front of hordes is concerned, like obviously like the AoE is just so good. There has been some rumors amongst some of the other like top rogue players that they feel like a Heartseeker could possibly push higher than Andy's because Heartseeker has better single target damage, which is true. And basically in pit, that's what you need is really good single target damage. Hard to believe how crappy the Barb is now. Worst class out of 5. Yeah, Barb is kind of... It fell a little bit. What's the point of pit this season? There really isn't any. Someone actually said it... says... What did they say? Was it... PP contests? That's what they... That's what they said about pits. And this... I mean, basically kind of, yeah. It's kind of really it. Like, if you enjoy like pit pushing per se, then you gotta do pit to push pit. So there is that. But in terms of like what you gain out of it, well, nothing literally. Just there's no like leaderboards or anything. You just gotta tell everybody that you did a pit. No, record it obviously first, and then tell everyone that you did X pit, level. Yeah, that's pit in a nutshell right now. Unfortunately, I feel like they can do a lot more with pit, but hey. All these are bad choices. I feel like a big overhaul for Pisser on the radar, probably. That's Heartseeker hitting for. So far, the highest crit I've seen on my character that I have recorded. It's probably I probably have a little, maybe higher than that, but the highest that I've like seen is 2.1 billion. Someone on my stream said they saw me do 2.3 billion, but I don't have a clip to showcase that, so I'm gonna go with 2.1 billion until I can prove that. And then wait for a Maxroll to pit leaderboard for this season. I think we're going to. I think. I'm not sure. $2.1 billion Heartseeker aerial. Yep, sure is. Type exclamation mark 2.1 billion. And you get to see all the glory that is the 2.1 billion. And multiple 1.7, 1.8 bill hits too. Yeah, I think this is probably my favorite version of Flurry so far. Of like Flurry, not like something in Flurry, but just Flurry by itself. I do think I might like it better with the crown though. I actually like the Renown. Yeah, pretty smooth. I mean, this is only a 7, but considering that my gear is pretty, or half of my gear is pretty thrift shop, good-willed per se, then I just felt that this was the appropriate tier to take. But yeah, I mean, stuff is just kind of dying in 1 or 2 hits or whatever, so I think I probably need to at least attempt a T8, I guess, and see what it really feels like. All fleshed out or gets masterworked okay-ish. I don't have it all maxed out. I'm missing like 4 ranks to Heartseeker still. Some of my tempers, especially on my amulet, still needs work. I don't have a damage through Dark Shroud like masterworked on 2 pieces like well. I'm missing a GA shard with basic attack. I still have exploit on my amulet. If I had like Malice or something, it'd be quite a bit better. There's definitely some things I'm missing. I'm sure like with perfect min-max gear, you're looking at about 2.6, 2.7 bill crits. You'll be averaging 2 bill crits at that point when with all your buffs up and staggered. But my gear ain't that good. See, like a crown would definitely be better here, like no contest versus a cow. Whoa, wait, why couldn't I hit him? How'd I get stuck? You know what? You know what they should do? They should just make this chest cost more, and then give you the appropriate amount of mats for the cost instead of it being just 20. Same thing with this chest over here. Like, I think 20 is just too low. They can leave the 60 as it is, but then like the other chests should probably cost a little more, and then should, you know, spit out the amount of gear appropriate per cost for the cost. Otherwise, we're legit just tagging this, or give us an option to do that. Like, how much do you want to spend? You know, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. Like, you know, give us a little like doll or something. know, a little like clicker or whatever. I do think like a consume all button might actually have you losing gear or mass, because if there's too much mass or gear, like too many mass or gear on the floor, then you will lose them. So like I don't know if you can do. That's why I was saying just give the equivalent amount, because if you just consume all and it does all of the 20 20 20 20 20 20 20 20 20 20 drops, then it's like, well, now the server might accidentally like you know, might lose some of those mats for you. Am I saving the build on Maxroll? I've only played it once. I need to do more. But I'm gonna attempt to go more glassy though. Because y'all know how I like to play. Alright, let's do this with Crown this time. Let's put these boots down here. So we're gonna run, because we did it with Cal the Nameless that time, right? So we're gonna run with Crown.
All right, no problem.
So that should do it. Let's see. That Crown might have to pop a resource potion, I'm sure.
Bring.
This is resource usefulness. Let's pop over here, pick up some compasses because we don't have any. But the gym starts a job as the total that they are instead of incrementally. It wouldn't just be 100 things for. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like yeah, so just make it cost more, but then drop it in the bundle itself per se. But I guess either way works. Either way works. So you gotta get an amulet there. Nope. Okay, so we'll take this. About Victimized Heartseeker, is it still worth? Right, mouth button for all in, yeah. So Victimized, no, not really. It's not worth. I can I'm gonna revisit Heartseeker in a couple of days. I'm gonna do Flurry, then I'm gonna go back to Barrage. I'm gonna do Barrage. I think about a preparation Barrage, maybe inner sight Barrage with the Scoundrel's Leathers for some fun. I think I might be able to do something cool with that. And then we'll go back to Heartseeker and explore a couple of more things. I kind of want to do Rain of Arrows with Heartseeker instead of Death Trap. If this since like in the tryhard version, we can code imbue the Rain of Arrows. So we might actually be able to get enough damage on Rain of Arrows to help clear on the Heartseeker build. So that's the next thing I want to explore. I think actually might be really cool. I have the wrong aspect on my boots right now. In fact, let's go Penitent Greaves. I think we might have enough resource to do Penitent Greaves here. How do you farm Umber Crux? Infernal Hordes. You gotta get the gear chest at the end. Is Season 5 any good? Yeah, it is. The new Infernal Hordes is really, really fun to play. I do think that I wish some of the other content was more useful, I guess, but I think Infernal Hordes themselves are really, really, there's definitely a step up for the game. So if you like Season 4, you would definitely like Season 5. Just need a leaderboard, so there is a goal in game. It does need a leaderboard, but it also needs a lot of rebalancing. So I'm assuming that's why they haven't added a leaderboard in a sense. I'd be more interested in the Infernal's Hordes leaderboard than the Pit leaderboard, honestly. Because at least with Infernal Hordes, you can't really fish, or at least it'll be much harder to do that per se. Because you're kind of forced to play situations. You can't just. I guess you could leave if you don't get the right boons at the start or something, but I'm sure you can make something happen. In this waves, Woody Joe actually said something that I think actually would work here, even though it's. I think that you can kind of do it like almost how Echoing Nightmares does it in a sense, where there's a overwhelm meter in a sense, so the waves keep going, right? And then obviously the waves get harder, like, you know, more HP, tougher, more damage, like that. And then there's an overwhelm meter. So like if there's too many enemies on the screen and you're not killing them fast enough, then you get overwhelmed and you fail that tier. So Echoing Nightmares actually has that in Diablo 3, which is actually a cool mechanic in itself that I think would play really well into Infernal Hordes. And you can technically do a leaderboard for something like that, where basically, you know, the tier that you succeeded is the one that gets placed on the leaderboard per se. The one that you failed is obviously the one that you fail. So you can go up wave by wave by wave by wave and stuff like that until you just fail. You just can't kill anymore. You can't kill fast enough or whatever. I think that actually would work really well, even though it is literally just ripping off what D3 did in a sense, without the leaderboard part of it, but I think it would work really well. It does feel like a rehashing. That's what I was saying, but ironically enough, it's a really good idea for something like this, even if it is an idea that's already applied elsewhere. No, man, no, you're good. You're good. I'm just. Music on point as always. Thanks, man. Lola, what's going on? Appreciate the sub. Let's fight some Aether Lords. I actually haven't fought any with this yet. Can you push a beatnik attack here? Yeah, absolutely. I don't mind. I'm pretty laid back and chill about a lot of those things. I wish Pecha was here. Pecha pal. I need his help on something. His assistance. Drucken McGhost. Yeah, same here, man. Same here. I'd push for like the first 2 weeks of the season or whatever, maybe first 2-3 weeks, and then after that, obviously you just can't compete with the botters and account shares or whatever, and then you're just. But it was fun. Hey man, I didn't realize you had an explanation about crit and one on the Heartseeker guide. Nah, man, you're good. It literally doesn't matter which one you go. If you're struggling with resource, you can just roll that off for like chance to gain primary resource on it. That's what I did actually. What's the strongest road build so far this season? I think like for overall, like probably does everything well in the sense. I would say Andy's road. If Heartseeker actually had more AoE, I would say Heartseeker. The Heartseeker is definitely a little bit more single target strained, I guess you could say. It clears, but it clears just because it just one shots everything, not because. And also Tyrios might helps with the side arrows, but it's nowhere near the clearing potential of Andy's. But a single target is nuts. How's Flurry going? Good actually. I found something I liked. We're also doing rain of arrows, honestly, with Flurry. In terms of my ultimate skill versus Death Trap. And I think that it works better because I could trigger Tricks of the Trade legendary node with it and not lose an aspect at the same time. So I think it works. Although I guess you could do like Flicker Step to get your ultimate up more often. Since you are playing close up, I guess Flicker Step would actually work quite nicely. How strong Heartseeker would be if it demise worked? Strongest build in the game. Undisputable strongest build in the game. It would be so broken right now. We're talking about like being able to deal like 85 billion damage per second, like min-max type OP. It's just not, it wouldn't even be fair. I don't have enough way to stagger them quickly. Honestly. I wish I did. Because once you stagger, he's dead. Yeah, see, like, it's just nuked. But I gotta stagger him faster. I know that's like the Blood Bishop and he's broken, but still. You think they purposely broke it? I don't even know if they knew it was gonna be that strong. I doubt they knew. Because no one else knew. I mean, I knew it wasn't bad. I knew it wasn't dead. Everybody was saying Heartseeker was dead. I'm like, I don't think it's dead. It's not S tier, but it's not dead. So I was the one that was kind of saying like it still works. I'm sure it's fine-ish. You know, maybe it might not be in B tier, maybe low A tier, whatever like that. I had no idea. that it was gonna be S tier material when I was building it and theory crafting it with some friends or whatnot. But hey, I mean, it it happened, right? You know, we did it. Yeah, so I like this better with the crown. I think because I can't stagger as fast either. Okay, Flurry, you're doing something. You're doing something. So my lightning spear sword is done. Should I go Andy's or Heartseeker for fun? Well, if it's for fun, then you have to decide which one do you think you'll have more fun playing. Can I post that bill on Maxroll now? You want me to stop streaming and make the adjustments right now? I mean, I can do that, kind of. I do like the addition to Rain of Arrows in this though. I think Rain of Arrows really helps. Also like Crown better too, for sure. But to be honest with you, the build is pretty similar to what's on Maxroll. The biggest difference would be there's no death trap, and it's pure physical instead of trying to get the poison and beaming into it. And I found a way to be able to add an additional multiplier on it, so physical is actually hitting harder than the version I have on Maxroll, but it's pretty similar. So not much changes will happen. You can make the changes as long as you can watch. Problem would be is that I can't show you guys the back end. I'm not allowed to do that. If we were a Maxroll allowed to show you our back end, then all of us would just write our guides on stream. Because why would we spend like 5 or 6 hours updating a new guide for a season, right? Off stream, when we can do it on stream and just talk to you guys. You know, like why do it and not, you know, you see what I'm saying? Like we will all do that because it's like that makes sense. I mean, we're already streaming, we already write. You know, we can stream and write the guide at the same time. Like that's like the best case scenario by far. Like, do you know how much time we would save if we were able to do that? I mean, you can just pick whichever Maxroll you want, like around that time when we're updating guys to watch to see who's updating what. Like that would be pretty cool, but we can't do that. I'm sure there's logistical reasons, I'm sure, but like I'm not mad about it. But imagine, yeah. I mean, that's something you guys might can email this, you know, the CEO about. Actually, yeah, ask Rax. Hey, real Rax, how come Maxrolls can't update their guys on stream while they're not allowed to show the back end? Yeah, bug Rax about it. If we could, we would. Like Woody would do like literally a 24-hour stream of just doing that on stream. I know Panda would do it. I pretty much would pull like a 12-hour stream doing it. Rax is Maxroll director. There's Alex and Rax. Those are like your like, you know, top dudes that, you know, make sure Maxroll runs and stuff. So that's why you don't see Rax writing any guys or anything. He isn't. He can't. He just doesn't have time. 'Cause he has to deal with more of the logistical things behind the scenes. Rax will tell you it's Blizz. How does the build do in TAs? No idea yet. I just put it together. I want to see how it does in speed 101s. And I got asked to Thug Life glasses redeemed, so. I thought Woody Joe was the top dog of Maxroll. Woody Joe is over the D4 branch. We have many branches of Maxroll. Woody Joe's over the D4 branch. The Rax is kind of like there's an overseer above all that, and Rax and Alex are probably like those two guys, if that makes sense. And I think Dreadsight I put on that level too as well. But there's one person that's over all the branches or that branch. So like Woody Joe would be that for Diablo 4. Teo is that for Diablo 2. I don't really know the other branches that well to be able to say who does what. So who does PoE? I don't want to say I don't know. You wanted to get paid for Maxroll? Well, everybody gets paid, and most work is contract work. If you do work, you get paid. That's how that works. Like, there's no salary, I guess you could say. We're not like payroll salary type thing, but like you work, you get paid for the work you do. That's how that works. So if you don't do things, you don't get paid. That's how that works. Better than Heartseeker? What's better than Heartseeker? It's just such a scuff run because there's like nothing to kill. I also think that the resources is kind of hard to sustain without the whatchamacallit. Yeah, I messed that up so bad. I messed up all my multipliers. That was bad. Alright, so I think if I'm going to do like one-on-one, I gotta go with the other boots. I think. Because I won't be able to teleport without enough energy, so I will have to go these boots to make that happen. So I guess what I could do is throw in concussive strikes on these boots. In fact, we'll do that next run. Let's do another one-on-one and see if that solves my energy. Link to this playlist, exclamation mark playlist. You got a GA lucky hit and lucky hit condition Fist of Fate the other day. Very nice, congratulations. That's like the lottery there. Okay, so let's see. Print. That's really the only other damage thing I can take. That would make sense here. Alright, let's try this again. Is there a point of hell at the world tier 2? Boss mats. At some point, you're going to want to do boss mats. Working on Heartseeker ability to have stars. How much of a boost is it really? Damage wise, I mean, only a little bit over a regular ring with an aspect. It just makes it considerably easier to sustain your resources. There we go. That's the damage I'm looking for. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I was trying to do the other time. The higher your build guy pushes, the more you get paid. Well, in that case, then we will all be arguing about which build guys we get the rate. It's like, no, I want that one. Like, nah, I'm taking that one. Nah, nah. Also thought Woody Joe founded Maxroll. Technically, no, he did not. Like Rax and Woody Joe did not found Maxroll initially. I'll say, I think it was Nielsen, SVR, and I think there's like one other person I believe that was like at the beginning, and then what they did was they ended up hiring a EU representative, which was Woody Joe, and then they hired a North American representative, which was Raxantrax. And that was for the Diablo 3 branch or whatever, like the very first branch of Maxroll. Then it decided to expand. So Woody Joe and Rax were like the first employees per se of Maxroll, but they weren't the ones that founded Maxroll. But I guess because it happened all around that time when Maxroll released. Of like that, they were already there, so I can understand the assumption that you can kind of say that about that they founded it, but like they weren't the original ones that like started Maxrolls in a sense. Are Maxroll writers not getting even split? What do you mean? Earnings? Well, everything you do on Maxroll is paid on a scale of how much work it was to do whatever it is you're doing. So there's a pay scale, obviously. So if what you do requires more work, then you get paid more. There's a bigger price for that. So for instance, let's say if you're writing in-game build guides, chances are like in-game build guides are gonna probably have the highest payout in general, because it requires the most amount of work and upkeep out of most of the guys there on Maxroll. So that's what that is. So it's not about the person or the individual. It literally it's what you're responsible for. However, it's a lot of work, so you got to make sure that like if you're going to be responsible for it, like especially in-game guys that are popular, ends up being a lot more work than I think people realize. sometimes. Good job on the build, bro. You got other YouTubers copying your build as the best of. Thanks, man. I'm just glad it's out there. I'm glad. I'm honestly, I'm just glad people are back to playing Heartseeker, in which they found fun. I don't care how they get it, right? Whether it's through my video or someone else's video, and you know they may or may not credit me or whatever. I'm just glad that people are able to play a build that people, you know, really like playing. You know, it was a very popular build. So it's also cool to see rogues have more options too. I mean, that's more options, more fun ways to play rogue is a win, right? At least I think so. Why am I running one-on-one pits? Well, generally speaking, when you're messing around with the build and you're testing it out, you want to test it out in all aspects. That includes pit. That includes in front of hordes, those kind of things. So that's all. I really like this. What I'm doing now. This is actually a lot of fun. I think it's actually quite strong. I can't, well, it's quite strong for like Flurry, I'll put it that way. I can't attest to how tough this is because I am running Dex gems in my gear like I usually do. I don't know if that would be feasible for players who want to do that, but it would be kind of nice to run Dex gems because that gives Flurry, you know, another 25% roughly, maybe 30% depending on how much Dex you already have. Damage in a sense. So there we go. Got 99 problems. Hit me. 99 problems. Where's that crossbow I picked up? There it is. Oof, that is terrible. Ah, that's awful. About that anyways. Here we go. Is Word of Archon viable in any build? Yeah, in a Rain of Arrows build. Like there are Rain of Arrows builds out there. It's kind of cool to watch. I'm gonna do one more one-on-one. This is a lot. This is a ton of fun though. Like just the teleporting part of it. I'm gonna attempt to try to do a TA on it, but like I think it's kind of pushing it. It's just really hard to get single target damage out of Flurry in general without like throwing it in Darios on your on your head and then building around in Darios instead. But so I don't know how long the council is going to really take. I think clearing T8 would be just fine, but boss damage in the council, the councils will be questionable, I guess. But I think at this point, I think that's what people would expect from Flurry anyway. So I don't know. Do you get physical damage from Heartseeker even though it's imbued? Even though it's imbued, yes. Well, you get all the damage per Dark Shroud, which is just damage. It's not really an element, so all that applies to your cold clip, Heartseeker. Got 99 problems, but the pit ain't one. I just saw that. That's good. You know what would be kind of cool though? You know what would be cool that I could do, honestly? It'll be kind of fun. It's not necessary, but it'll be fun. I could just take Shadow Imbuement on my bar, honestly, and just Shadow Imbue my Random Arrows. So everything gets like covered with the Shadow Imbuement, and then when I'm like killing them, like a bunch of explosions just go off. Totally unnecessary, but like the coolness factor would like skyrocket. Is this anyways? It looks like a wind force. Is there any aspect that use Shadow Imbue instead of poison? Like how Shadow plays better? I was just talking about Shadow. I was right, it's a wind force. You can do Shadow. Only thing about it is that like there's really no easy way to really scale Shadow Imbuement really. It just doesn't like the damage numbers are so sorry, the content is getting inflated along with builds, you know, builds, classes, all the power creep that's happening. And like it's starting to outgrow Shadow Imbuement, if that makes sense. Back when the game first came out, like we weren't hitting or as high as we're hitting now, obviously, but it's like Shadow Imbuement has not gotten better since, you know, with all the power creep that's happened. So just there was a time where Shadow Imbuement was doing enough damage to clear all, you know, in the top content, but not anymore. All right. Let's throw in a T8. Just gonna forewarn people here that I don't think it's gonna be a problem at all due to T8. At least I don't think so. But just taper your expectations on the boss damage. on the councils. How well would this build do if you put on Banish, Lures, and Doombringer for max HP to scale up your overpowers? Not overpower does not work well on Rogue at all, like at all. Unfortunately, what monitor are you using? You should do a game setup tutorial. I got 3 different monitors. I got one in portrait mode on this side, one on, you know, just regular, just tilted in. I got my 32-inch in front of me. And so right now, this side is where the Twitch chat is. So my whole monitor is like it's literally all the Twitch chat. This side, I get to see my OBS and all the metrics. I also have the YouTube chat on the side of it too as well. So I can see what's going on YouTube. And of course, I have my game on the front thing. It's actually kind of a cool setup, but it's a lot to multitask. Right, so can I survive with Dex Gems on Flurry? In the T8. We're about to find out. Grab a snack for the council fight. Got it. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. If I can kill it in 3 staggers, I'd be happy. If I can't, then we're going to be like, oh god. Oh, Desecrator. Of course. Multiple Desecrators are in there. Jeez, there's 2 Desecrators right there. I got hit by them. Oh my god. The Knights and Desecrators. Alright. So we gotta do a better job of avoiding the Desecrators there. Time for second win. I got second win. That's the thing. Grand Moscow, what's going on? I'm doing all right. How are you? How are you doing? How's it been for you this season? Are you playing? The clutch shadow stat right there. Playlist? Exclamation mark playlist. No, exclamation mark playlist. So exclamation mark before playlist. Appreciate the follow. I evaded. No way. I evaded out the way. Freaking Desecrator. There we go. Appreciate the sub. Alright. I have to say thanks to the new Twitch app. You found me on the Twitch app. How did that work? Like, did I pop up as like recommended on Twitch? This week I'm taking care of a stray adopter. He's very unhappy because I had to crate him if he just won't lay down and be calm. Aww. I love dogs. I grew up around dogs. Of course, as I got older, I just never had time to like be around enough to be able to take care of one. I think dogs probably so, but like I want one from a, as a puppy. And I just don't have time to do that, unfortunately. They did something like TikTok. You appeared there. Wait, what? What? Wait, you said I appeared on TikTok, really? Hope you get some T-Pain in the playlist. I do. There is some. There is some. More so like his older stuff though. Like I don't have anything like. Not that T-Pain's done a lot of recent stuff, but like it's more of like the era when T-Pain was obviously doing like auto-tune, but he can actually sing and people actually didn't mind that he could do it. He did it because he could sing without it. You know, before everyone else was doing it. It's like that era. Puppies are tough, but so much fun they are. It's like babies are fun, in a sense, when it's not yours, right? When it's not yours, like if it's someone else's baby, like, oh, you're so cute. Oh, look at the little nipples. Oh, aren't you just so cute? And then you can give it back. Jeez, man. I do think Renown is pretty clutch in this build, though. I never really thought to actually use it, but it does so well. And proccing the tricks of the trade without me needing like something else. So I think it's a rather genius idea to do Renown that I probably would have never thought about otherwise. Because then I can keep up all my multipliers, and that's, you know, quite good. What was I doing? I don't need, yeah, and also to knock down the 3 minutes or like that. It's actually quite useful. I wish this was the second one so I can swap, so I can like not use a point or whatever. What do you think is better, TAs, Andes, or Heartseeker? Andes is better at clearing. Heartseeker is better at killing the councils. Road needs a marksman mobility skill. Technically, Caltraps is kind of if you take the aspect, which is why I didn't want to do it because I don't want to lose damage taking the aspect. Whoa. Whatever hit me for whatever. By the way, I'm not doing any of the events. I have like next to no Aether right now. I'm just trying to figure out how to play this in T8 in a more glassy way so I can squeak out a little bit more damage for Flurry in a sense. And then I'm gonna go back and like try to like actually play the events the right way. But I need to know what can I take pain wise on this setup. I do like the huge cow trap though. That's actually pretty cool. I like the massive size cow trap to see. I survived the hit from a desecrator Well, I survived one hit by Desecrator, not that one. I'm stuck. Oh. How much Neathron do I have? Like 15k probably, somewhere around that range. Is it doable to use Andes with Heartseeker build? I mean, you can build around. Well, you can make Andes work with any core skill, just as long as you can proc Andes enough with whatever core skill or basic skill you want to use. Yeah, you can. But you can't just throw Andes into a Heartseeker setup. No, that won't work. Butcher. Whoa, what was that? What was that? What was that bursting fire just now? It's not new, but I don't. It's been a while since I've seen that. Whoops, let me just click on it. You have a PoE too? I plan on playing it. I'm pretty sure that I'm not gonna main it. But I'm super excited to play it. Because the combat looks fun. Apache, maybe. I think so. I gotta go double check. Okay, I think I need to start saving all of my buffs for when like all those big things come, because my damage is actually fine without throwing a bunch of cow traps and smoke grenades or whatever. Like I'm actually doing pretty decent without, even without the casting Renown arrows or whatever. But like when they do appear, I need to have that, because that's gonna allow me to stay alive and deal with things like Desecrator that just like hit me out of nowhere. I also wonder, do I have enough resource to do this without taking the whatchamacallit, the resource elixir? Maybe I can just do the health elixir and be okay. Feature, how am I today? Mostly okay. I'm doing mostly okay. Do you get more cinders when using the profane mind cage? Yes, you do. A lot more. You can stack it 3 times and you'll get a ton of cinders. What's better? Pangorgus with GA's basic skills or a maxed out aspect? On what build? Are we talking Heartseeker or? Definitely Pangorgers. That's why we have it there. If a regular glove was better, trust me, we would be doing a regular glove. Strongest builds of Rogues right now is a Poison Barrage. Poison Barrage is probably the strongest overall build, yes. For the content that people normally would play, yes, I would say so. The Rogues have a lot of strong builds, so if you're looking for strong builds to play on Rogue, you don't necessarily have to play Andy's Barrage to feel strong on Rogue. Unlike other classes, rogues have a lot of top builds. Oh, I'm sorry. I think it's about like legendary glove, because you said maxed out aspects. So I'm like, what you meant is maxed out unique affix. Is that what you're saying? I misunderstood you. Oh, okay. No, okay. Oh, okay. I would say the GA basic attacks is more important. Okay, yeah, I misunderstood it because when you said aspect, I'm like, oh, that's a regular glove. Yeah, you don't want that. Yeah, I feel like I can like barely sustain. It's there, but like barely. I think I might have to like go with something like the other boots, I think, to really sustain, like truly sustain. I also want to try a different weapon other than the Ashira's dagger. Although weapon mastery is pretty good though. And there really isn't any good tempers to use besides damage per dark shroud. So I don't know if that'd be better than this year's dagger. Probably not, because of that weapon mastery. What am I really getting from that? Okay, so it's basically an exploit then. I guess it's okay. Oh, there's something still alive. Let's go with boots right now. Let's go with these boots. Is Tears the strongest mythic in the game? It. Well, I guess strongest. Are you talking about like for damage, or are you talking about for like toughness? I would say it's probably the most sought after unique in the game for sure, because it's so much toughness, and it allows you to easily cap resistances in your armor without having to try hard. Now, this is actually quite nice. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah. I actually think this is not bad at all. Is Poison Barrage the same as Andor's Barrage? Yes, basically, yeah. We just call it Andy's Barrage, but yeah, it is practically Poison Barrage. But Andy's Barrage because you have to have the Andoria's helmet. I think I actually might make a video out of this. What you guys think? Video guide, I guess. Once I can kind of nail like the situations on when, you know, in terms of when you need to use your buffs and stuff, so that you can stay alive and actually deal some decent damage in T8, like. I think the damage here is actually pretty decent for physical flurry. It does mean I gotta like, you know, stay up and like, you know, work 4 or 5 hours on a video to make it happen, but I think it might be worth it. It's more efficient. T7 is more efficient. But if your build is just absolutely completely OP, like you're very, very strong, then T8 can be worth it for you. But I think for like 90-something% of players, T7 makes a lot more sense. Because people aren't going to be as geared out or have like triple passive amulets or that stuff. Yo, this is so good. This is so much fun up there that way. Yeah. Not having the resource elixir also helps me get my ultimate off cooldown faster. So I think this is the play for sure. You finally found an amulet upgrade. Let's go break it. All right, all right. Building a house one brick at a time. We totally appreciate your service, Apache. Helping the community. Helping provide housing for those in need. You should have seen me last season, man. I built the whole neighborhood. Telling you. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make a video out of this. I'm gonna do a video guide on this. I think it's worth. I think this is worthy. I hear doing guys works. Yeah. I think I got to the point where it makes sense. Like everything I'm wearing actually kind of makes sense now. Like everything applies. I don't have a way to stun, do I? A flurry size here, a flurry size here. Look, it's fine. You took freeze here because freeze, you need freeze here. But yeah, physical flurry ripping, man. I am happy with this. What time zone am I in? Eastern Standard Time. So it's like 4 a.m. now for me. How to get more lucky hit chance in Heartseeker build? You run out of energy always. Do you have innervation tempers
Yo, Dark Side,
on your jewelry?
we just got raided, son.
Echohack. I know
You
the timing
know how
could have
we
been
do.
better, man. Right at the
Drop
end of
my
it.
new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
Echohack, what's up, man?
Echohack raided my stream with 66 viewers.
What up, man? Yo, we are actually making physical flurry like out here banging with rain of arrows in physical flurry build. And it actually makes sense. So we're out here cooking something different. Because you know, very few people are actually doing not Andy's flurry, right? But yeah, this is his physical flurry preparation build, in a sense, where you just spam flurry basically. And it's pumping, man. Look at that. Like, and normally you would think, oh, well, why aren't you going Death Trap? I mean, you're playing Flurry, right? You want to bring everything to you. Well, I found a super interesting way to proc Tricks of the Trade Legendary node, because you need a marksman skill and a cutthroat skill to proc it. Well, we don't have any marksman skills in our bar, and I don't want to place one on. The other way you can do it is if you were to use an aspect called Mirror's Sharpshooter to make your cow traps a marksman skill, but that means you lose a multiplier. So how do we get a marksman skill? Well, guess what? Rain of Arrows is a marksman skill. So I get a free 25% buff casting it then that I normally would not be able to without losing an aspect. Not only that, but it also knocks them down for 3 seconds. So that gives me a lot of time to sit there and just cast Flurry without getting banged on. So it's actually like super cool that this works out the way it does. So, however, I don't know how this is gonna. So I think it's like super good on T7. It's really good on T8 too, but I don't know about the boss damage yet, the console damage. So like we're about to fight the console for the first time, T8 console. So I don't know. I probably advise you to go ahead and get some snacks, guys, because this might take a minute. So if you haven't made your popcorn yet, or dropped by Starbucks or whatever, you might want to do that, because this might take this might take a minute. As we all know, Flurry's single target damage isn't really all that great. So no matter how much I might have cooked this, it's still Flurry. So the expectation on single target is, well, you know, ideally if we can kill the each council in like 3 staggers, that's good for Flurry. Like that's a win for Flurry. Why is Unstable Elixirs good for Rapid Fire? It's good for like every rogue build, not just Rapid Fire. Every rogue build uses it. And it gives you a buff for 10 seconds, not every few seconds. It gives you a buff for 10 seconds just for using it. Trust me, when you're fighting harder content, you will be using potions. So every time you prep a potion, you get free damage. So why not take it? And it's a lot of damage. A lot of free damage you get. All right, let's see. Can we stagger him real quick? And then before I use all my buffs. All right. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Uh-oh. A little bit. Not okay. Not too bad. Let's try it again. I gotta get you okay, buffs are up. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, only half. Okay, so we got one more stagger to try to get him. Come on. Okay, so had I not messed up the previous rotation, I probably could have gotten him in 3 staggers. I did kind of mess up the rotation on the second stagger. Yeah, running. How's your popcorn, guys? Did you guys get it with extra butter? But yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get him. Let's get you. Where you at? Come on. Don't run. Yeah. So the ideal would be, how do I get these guys to not get staggered too early while I'm fighting the first dude? Granted, I have a crown, so it's not that bad. If I had like a Calder Nameless, obviously this would have taken considerably longer. Alright, where you at? Ah, you're running. Oh, all that time. And the Hydra killed me. Put some hot sauce on it. Alright, so I guess we get another chance. The previous build on Maxroll for Flurry is a bit smoother. It's roughly the same thing. It's just physical. I don't have poison imbuement. That's all. What was the physical, or what was the previous build per se? Because it's kind of legit the same thing. Couple of improvements in terms of like damage and units concerned, but this is single target. You know. Okay. All right. Come on. I was chunking him towards the beginning. I guess that was my exploit. Come on. The other guy came too. I'm trying not to stagger him too quickly. One down. I'm out of potions though. Yeah, we're just never gonna get any like real single target damage out of Flurry. But on the way here, man, we were ripping, like, no problems. Although I will say that if I actually had better gear, maybe this would go more smooth, for sure, but... Appreciate the follows. Oops. Round of potions. I guess one more stagger would do it, but no, I guess we're fine. We're fine. As long as I can keep hitting. Almost. Where you at? Where you at? All right. So not much we can do about that at all whatsoever. The only other thing I can think of is if you could try to do like something like no, not really. There's not much you can do to really buff up the single target damage there, honestly, on physical Flurry. Following your Heartseeker build is awesome. Thanks, man. Yeah, I mean it tore through T8 like it was nothing, man. I mean, I ended up with like over 700 Aether, so I mean that was good. Dang, that's bad. Nah, but I could try with Crown and see how I feel about that, but then I would have a longer uptime on my ultimate though. I mean, Calvin Nameless, I meant. So I would have more damage throughout, but I would have less damage on the bosses. Councils. We'll do it again. We'll do it again. I don't know if we can drop the this dagger though for another dagger. I don't know if that would help. I mean, it is more like primarily this is for the attack speed, but those ranks to weapon mastery is also very good too. So I don't know. I guess we could try it with another dagger, different dagger. I guess I could just run accelerating, right? To make up for some of that attack speed. Can't think of any other aspect that would run. Would grenade flurry be good? I don't know. I don't know. I haven't tried any grenade anythings. The person I go to when I want to know about grenade stuff is Peacha. He does a lot of grenade things and also a lot of flurry things. So generally he's my source for stuff like that. How much less valuable would it be to remove Death Trap from the flurry build? I don't want to do any traps. Well, I'm not doing Death Trap right now. I'm actually doing Rain of Arrows. And I by far prefer it over Death Trap for multiple reasons. I get an additional multiplier, which is great. Just drop DT for Shadow Step. I mean, you can look at the skills I got here. I don't have poison imbuement anymore, but I think this is easier to maintain and manage. Let me make sure I don't like savage my stuff though. It's 2 malice. Okay, let's do a couple of things different here. What can we do? We could try a regular dagger. It's a Doombringer. That shadow proc damage isn't really enough though. Like that's like peanuts. I wish the Azarath is worth. I have an Azarath somewhere. I mean, that wouldn't really help me for bosses though. It'd be nice during a rip, but it wouldn't help me for bosses. Alright, we'll just take a regular dagger somewhere. True Ludacris fans knows this song well. Want to incorporate Shadow Claw or Ulf just for fun? You can do that if you want. Okay, so we'll do a diamond. Pop that there, trade that out. I guess there really isn't much else I can take though. Aspect wise, that's going to be a damage boost. I already got conceded. Got momentum, frostbitten, concussive strikes. Edge Masters doesn't work with Crown. I guess just accelerating is really the only thing that's left. So we'll try accelerating. Because I mean, I'll just be losing some attack speed from what the other one is. So it's basically ranks to weapon mastery versus damage per dark shroud. Like that's and dexterity, I guess. Let's see if the payoff is actually worth. To be fair, random variables and barrage does look quite similar to the untrained eye. There. All right. Let's also pick up the common name list here, just so I can swap out and like test things. So we'll put that there. We'll leave that in the. Couldn't hear this music at all on YouTube, but I understand why. Yeah, stupid. YouTube is way more strict about that stuff. Cannot play a lot of music at all. At least on Twitch you can, but you can't save it to your VOD. So we're like, okay, that's fine. We cool with that. I'm cool with that. If they want to watch a VOD, they just bring their own music. You know, BYOM. Do you know Umbercrest is still bugged? Yes, it does. It is bugged still. There's still quite a few bugs with it. Yeah, that's already been sent. Who was it that actually sent that already? That was sent early season. I assume that like stuff like that probably won't get fixed until like maybe the mid-season patch. But that makes Andy's rogues significantly weaker than they're supposed to. Yeah, the totem itself is just a big mess, man. It really is. What's more fun out of Twisting Base and Flurry? I would definitely say Flurry at the moment, because especially when you're speed farming, for sure. I wouldn't say it makes Andy's rogue significantly weaker than it's supposed to. They're still like extremely strong. I mean, Andy's in general is, well, Woody Joe would, I said this, he feels Andy's is overtuned. So I don't really, I think, I don't know. Like I said, we've reported it. Like I said, we don't know if that's like the functionality is the correct functionality or if it's actually a bug. I mean, we're saying it's bug. We haven't gotten any sort of like, you know, thumbs up or whatever about it, but we'll see. Okay, yeah, but I think they just intended for the totem to give 20% overall. Like that's it. Any other way of trying to like finagle in it to do more than that, I think they were trying to prevent it on purpose. But we'll see mid-season patch. This is unfortunate. It's unfortunate for a lot of builds, really. Is your Heartseeker on Maxroll? I wanted to switch my rogue over. I planned on doing Andy's rogue, but I don't have Andy's Barrage. I have everything else. I was gonna make it, but Sorg and Bard need the Ring of Starless. I'm not sure you finished. I don't think you finished the question. Like, is my Heartseeker Maxroll? Is my Heartseeker on Maxroll? What is it that you want to know about the Heartseeker on Maxroll? Are you asking if it's good? Also, keep in mind, you can always just swap your Ring of Starless Skies from character to character. You don't have to make a new one. So, like our Season 4 Heartseeker is better, not all that trap stuff. I mean, I guess Death Traps is, I mean, there isn't a, you know, Death Trap is, you know, the addition to it, yeah. But Cow Traps was always very important. In fact, Cow Traps was more important last season than this season. Because it used to scale up to like 120% more damage because it was bugged. So Cow Traps was actually way more important last season than this season, for sure. Way more important. So you were definitely still dealing with traps a lot, especially if you were pushing pit. Without it, you wouldn't do any actual damage. And it was double dipping with Victimize. Like the Ambush Legendary though was double dipping on Cow Traps. For Victimize, that is. So yeah, it was actually more important last season than this season. Death Trap is just a damage bonus when you cast it. Cow Traps is nice, but it's not a necessity, as much of a necessity as it was last season. What I will say is, I'm not the biggest fan of like having to proc close quarters combat every 8 seconds. I prefer if it was just Victimized, but you know, it does proc 3 other buffs, so it's like might as well. But King Jex, what's going on? You're one button Andy only. Fair. You just hanging out, yeah. I'm trying to cook up some Flurry stuff. I think I got it to do really well in T8 in terms of like the waves. Flurry always struggles on single target, and it's really hard to make it not. I mean, I try. You gotta go. All right, man. You have a good one. I think we're gonna just keep the crown. I like the crown. Not too set on the sword yet though, but. Couch need to get rid of that jump back. Bro, I've been fighting that battle since freaking preseason. I've tried and still trying. Hell, I'll take her temper that removes the jump back. I legit just stood there and took that hit. I deserve that. Might as well look, I have the Arsenal Shrine all the time because of the Tyrael's Might, Mythic Unique. Basically, into my caster at full health, it shoots the artillery shrine looking things. Oof, there's a lot of stuff going on here. +4 basic skills, but 120 on the fix, but +2 basic skills, but 200 on the ethics. That's a tough one. Because that's a really big gap between 120 and 200. Honestly, I don't know. That's tough. I'd probably take the +4, honestly. Especially if you're not gonna be comboing with Death Trap like really well, like using it like to the maximum. I would take the +4. Whoa, it's a lot of lag. Lag. What's going on? Oh god. Oh gosh, I'm teleporting everywhere. Where's the lag? Oh, there's the servers. Can you guys see the lag? Like, what is happening right now? Oh god. Oh, what is going on? What is word? Depth Trap to Rain of Arrows. So the +4 makes sense. Yeah, I'd probably do the +4. Yeah, bro, I should not have died there. Stupid. I'm still lagging like crazy. World boss is up. Maybe that's why. I haven't experienced this kind of lag in a while though. If it was every world boss, I would. This would be like a normal thing, like where it's like, I expect this, but Yeah. Bro, I don't know how I can play this. I don't know how I can play this with this kind of lag, man. At least not, definitely not that close up, man. What? It like just happened though. Like it, like out of nowhere I was lagging. Like I was doing fine. And then like all of a sudden the game just started lagging. Try to get back in, try again, but man, that was weird. It's all the light, lightning spirit works at the world boss. What's the ping say? I'm about to find out. Okay, now I'm at 69. Maybe it calmed down. Oh, gotta open that thing, don't I? Gotta actually open it. Do I have any neck alchemical advantage and fidget finesse? I do not. Okay, I feel a little bit of lag. This was a little better. Since I'm still here, you could try the day's aspect. I already have it. It's on my boots. So concussive strikes, I already have it. Ow. And the smoke and the smoking aspect with frozen damage. Yep, frostbitten. I got that too. See? Frostbitten, concussive strikes, barrier conceded, momentum, low flurry aspects. And so really it's just accelerating. That's kind of left. Edge if Edge Master, well, my resource goes down too much for Edge Masters anyway. But even if my resource was full all the time, Edge Masters doesn't work with Crown right now. It's bug. So Jex is like, nah, now I'm over here. I plays a space. You have a good one, man. It shares a misery good for leveling. It's really good for spreading CC, but I don't really think it's like necessary on most builds. But it's nice to have if you can fit it. always are bad. The Barrage are also built for fun. Benefits of fate and share misery. We're great without Masterworking and good gear. Yeah, you got enough lucky hit, yeah, to proc them on like probably every second arrow at least, minimum. Love as Heartseeker, but don't have any unique shit. Don't know what aspects to place on head. Yeah. Oh, I mean, well, yeah. At that point, probably might to stay alive. Ice a really good one. The share misery works too. When you say as much as there's bugs, that mean the entire aspect is doing nothing. Only when you're wearing a Lucian crown. It's bugged with the crown. Wonder Puppy with the raid. Unfortunately, I'm in the middle of a wave. Unfortunately, can't do the dance, but I appreciate
you. Know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Cheesy.
Appreciate you.
Wonder Puppy 98 traded my stream with 70 views.
Been using it with crown. Yeah, it's bugged right now, unfortunately. That's why I took crown out of the barrage build. Wow. I guess I deserve that. I really tried to like they sync that. Yeah, server seems to be doing okay. You said YouTube seems to work better on phone data than Twitch sometimes. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, Diablo, what's going on? Is damage per Dark Shroud any good for rapid fire? Technically, yes, but I don't really want to go into a lot of that detail because there's a certain ratio of crit damage to damage per Dark Shroud that damage per Dark Shroud actually ends up being better on some pieces of gear for precision combo point builds. But But then like the ratio, I mean, it's like you're talking about splitting hairs, pretty much in terms of an increase. But yeah, it's just best to just do crit damage all around, honestly. I do think that there is a real case though for like, let's say physical inner sight barrage or something, that going precision but taking damage per dark shroud everywhere instead of crit damage, and just taking crit damage on gear might actually end up being a better choice, because you don't proc precision every time on inner sight barrage. You proc it every third hit, so damage per dark shroud actually might be better for that. Do you need 4 extra Dark Shroud when he's not in your bar? We have the Umbrous aspect that procs Dark Shrouds for free for us. Yep, Umbrous is absolutely necessary. It has to go on pants. Has to. How am I gaining barriers? Second win key passive. Not key passive, sorry. The second win passive in your skills tree. This is quite good though. Like Flurry's actually, this is hitting. I'm really happy with the setup. I just wish there's a way to get a little bit more damage on the councils, but I mean that's just a Flurry problem. That's not a theory crap problem. Yeah, second win, but it's not proccing for Heartseeker. It is. I mean, if you have it, it is. It may not be up all the time, depending on like your setup, but it definitely does proc. Oh, also, sorry, let me rephrase that. If you're not spending energy, it's not proccing. So if you don't have the shard of Varathiel, then of course you're not going to proc second win because you're not spending any energy. So do you know what cause it gonna ask? I didn't see what you said. I'm sorry. Since last night I pulled monster somehow. I don't even know how or why. Were you doing that often or it just happened once? Is Andorio's Poison Flurry any good this season? Anything with Andorios is good. You can slap Andorios on like Arena of Arrows and it works. Pretty often. You might be, so two things. There might be an aspect on your boots. It pulls enemies. I forgot what the name of the aspect it is, but literally it will pull enemies. It'll yank enemies from afar. Or you're running the Shroud of Condoris on your rogue. And every time that you evade, you pull enemies. So it's gotta be one of the two. Definitely one of the two. Or you're running Death Trap in your build, and Death Trap will pull things into the Death Trap, the center of it. So one of those three things is happening. You have my build copy paste. Okay, so it's Death Trap then. Death Trap pulls them in. Yo, look how much Aether I got for a freaking Flurry. This is actually quite good. Death Trap. your ultimate skill that you're using in the build. Yeah. The second passive of Depth Trap pulls them into. You said no. Oh, you're so rapid fire. Okay. Yeah. All right. So it's either the Shroud of Honduras chest. You're evading and you're pulling things. Or you have a Wild Bolt aspect on your boots or something. You might have changed boots out, but maybe haven't changed the aspect yet. So that aspect might be it. So I would check all your gear to make sure that everything is what it should be. There's probably Wild Bolt somewhere. Grenade aspect on boots? Okay. What are you wearing for chests? Materials might. And you're pulling things often. You have Umbrus on your pants. I'm trying to think of what else it could be. Yeah, I have 815. I have 815 Aether. With Flurry, with physical Flurry on T8. Now here's the problem. Here's the problem. Is you guys might want to get some snacks real quick. Popcorn, whatever, because this is gonna be a while. Sashi, what's going on? This is the first time I'm doing a Diablo channel and the background music is R&B. This is more fitting than I would imagine. Love it. I actually got all types of genre here actually. All right, here we go. All right, let's see how long this takes. It's gonna be a minute, but okay. Oh. Okay, all right. That's. I probably should have saved that Rain of Arrows proc. And I also missed that. Yeah, I messed up. All right. We need to save the smoke grenade. It's gonna be hard to stagger actually without a smoke grenade now, but I need to save all my buffs until he's staggered. All right, here we go. Now. There we go. Come on. Ugh. Not quite. I will say it's going a little better than when I had the Ashira's dagger, I think. Don't run from me. Oh, I freaking ran from the thing. Stop it. Now all my buffs are down because he ran. Got none of my buffs up. Sag. Yeah, that's wild bows, Dabu. That's what we were talking about. It's all good, man. Oh, come on. This dude sucks. There's Peacha. I've been looking for you, man. I need you. How's Flurry doing? I actually got it to perform really well. I got 815 Aether right now. T8. The hard part obviously is the boss damage. Trying to figure that out, but we picked up an extra multiplier or two that you normally couldn't do before. And found out that Rain of Arrows is probably the best ultimate to use with this. With preparation. Because it procs your Tricks of the Trade legendary node for free. So you don't have to run the cow trap thing or puncture on your bar or anything. So you get a free you get a free multiplier that way. And they're knocked down and stuff like that during the the waves or whatever, so it's easier to stay alive because they're knocked down for 3 seconds. Was that 6 minutes? I don't think it was 6 minutes though. I mean, it was a long time though. I mean, there really isn't much I can do, man. It's Flurry. I mean, I can't. I mean, I can't work miracles. Okay, I can get there. Was that really 6 minutes for real though? 2 minutes per boss? Okay. I proc tricks with mirror from the chat. Well, I know what I'm saying. Like you can you can like not you can skip that aspect. That's what I was saying. Why not bursting Venom's Flurry? At that point, you might as well play Andy's Flurry at that point. If it crit damage twice, but not on the temper one, should you re-roll or keep the sword? I mean, that just depends on like how many mats and resources you have already, and whether or not that's like the last piece or something for you to like masterwork. Like I think trying to min-max your masterworks when you got a bunch of masterworking to do is probably not a good idea. Oh, well then leave it then. I will leave it. I will come back to it. Like get decent rolls on your gear first. It's best to have decent rolls everywhere than to have like one piece of gear that's masterwork really well and like the others are like trash. That makes sense. So it's best to average out your masterworks and then go back and start min-maxing as you start getting more mats to do that. But yeah, also Peacha, I don't know if I want to do the Ashira dagger or just a regular dagger with like accelerating on it so I can get, I feel like weapon mastery here, because it is technically the exploit passive, technically, that's pretty much what for daggers. I feel like it's good at the beginning and the end, obviously. I think for like an extended long boss fight, I think the damage per Dark Shroud makes more sense. Why Masterwork max resist? I mean, max resist, technically speaking, depending on your gear and what other damage reduction you have, it can be tricky. But generally speaking, I think like 2 Masterworks and max resist and 1 Masterwork and damage reduction is usually the way. I'm gonna say usually the way, but like that works for most things. But it's not really that big of a deal, Dabby. If you get if you Masterwork 3 on damage reduction, like you're fine. Like I would not like change it until you get 2 to 1. Like you're not. The difference is is extremely small. Oh, you have 2 on max resist. Oh, well that's good. That's good. Do you have 1 on damage reduction? Oh, you didn't do the 3rd one. Oh, well then send it and see what happens. I don't know, man. But I mean, I will say that the run itself is fine. Feature like the run itself is fine. I feel like I'm doing good. Like good, as in like this is pretty efficient for T8 until you get to the console. I have no idea what to do, man. Past that point. So it's like one of those things where like I do want to replace, you know, put a video up on like the Maxroll guy. So there's video of whatever kind of thing. But like I'm gonna have to kind of say it's probably is just like, you know, it's just best to do T7, honestly. Even though you could smash T8, but it's best to do T7 because of the consoles. But Rain of Arrows has been a lifesaver in being able to add another multiplier. Because then I also got Dex gems in my gear too, because they're usually like, you know, on the ground. They can't hit me when I do it properly. So I think I think it sure is a better weapon overall. I don't really think so. I think for waves, yes. Boss, no. Like during the waves, it's really good because you're gonna like basically crit at the top end of your damage anyway, and then the extra breakpoint you reach for having the shears actually makes it pretty helpful in being able to spam a bit more and stay alive. But I guess the bosses though, I don't know. Are you considering the fact that opening the box on T8 gives more resource for the same price compared to T7? Having 508 on 8 is worth more mass than 508 on T7. Might be the same with item dust as well. Well, I think the thing is what I'm trying to do right now is, I'll put it this way: I'm playing the builds that I'm responsible for on Maxroll. So the idea is to make a video for all the Maxroll builds that I do for the guide. So I think the idea is, if someone is playing Flurry, what are the expectations basically of said Flurry build, right? What can it actually do, right? You know, I can say, yeah, it can do T8. Boss fight is long, but it can do T8. It smashes through T8. You're going to get 600 plus Aether every time. But just figuring out the boss damage is just incredibly difficult. T8, but the A stands for the amount of time you spend on the boss. Yeah, so like that's the thing. Like I mean, people tend to, you know, want to play builds or whatever like that can, you know, destroy T8, right? And again, this fits the bill until you get to the councils, which is rough. I feel bad because it's like, man, this is set up so well now. Like, I mean, it's, you know, we got freaking random arrows in the build. We got multiple multipliers. We have no problems with energy. We can run prep, extra damage reduction. We can even run dex gems because we also got prep for extra damage reduction and momentum or whatever. And it feels good and not too glassy. Like, we put some extra damage into some you know, some flurry here, man. But I mean, I don't know what else to do. Combo points, maybe? Nah. I don't think, nah. I would lose my momentum if I did combo points. I guess I could do blaze shift combo points, but yeah. I followed your Heartseeker, but mine only hits if his heart only if the setup is perfect, but for roughly 80 million to 100 million per hit, which stats would you say are primordial to make it work? Well, tempering dark damage per dark shroud on all the pieces you can, for sure, very important. Honestly, it's really about making sure you maintain your buffs. Like, are you maintaining your close quarters combat with Shadow Step? Are you maintaining your tricks to the trade with Shadow Step? Are you maintaining your fluidity glyph all with Shadow Step? Are you casting your cow traps, your death trap to proc your no witness legendary no? There's quite a bit to keep up with. If you do none of that, then your damage is not going to, well, rise. If you just cast Heartseeker and that's it, you're not going to deal much damage. What do you think is the best build to farm T8 now? I mean, technically speaking, in terms of waves are concerned, definitely Andy's Barrage, but Heartseeker actually does really well on waves too. And it has considerably better, it's like considerably better, but it has better single target damage, so better damage on council. If you don't want to play Andy's Barrage, you don't have to. If it's hurting your fingers, don't play the build. I guarantee you, there are other builds that can do T8 fast as well. Rapid Fire can do it fast, but that probably will hurt your finger more because Rapid Fire is harder. I'd probably play Heartseeker then, honestly. Aw, my freaking Shadow Step was on cooldown. I was stunned for a while. But yeah, Amon, yeah, play Heartseeker, man. I'd be less concerned about playing what others, you know, say is the absolute best build, I guess, best overall build, and be more concerned with your hand health with builds that can also do Smash T8 as well. Because Andarios just has way more AoE, so it's easier to cover a lot of things, but your council kills will be slower than Heartseeker. First impression on Spiritborn. It's a very well designed class. That was a lot of fun to play. Didn't matter which spirit you chose. They're all four of them were like enjoyable to play. Should my gear change running Heartseeker instead of Puncture on Rapid Fire? Nope, not at all. $100 million per hit. We have pretty bad gear, especially the amulet, probably not damage for Dark Shroud as the case. Yeah, well, I mean, if your gear isn't... So, I guess the thing is that you're probably comparing your gear to, you know, a user who has, you know, spent considerably more time putting it together and getting his gear together, right? So it's kind of hard to expect to see, like, you know, billions of hit, you know, billions or whatever, without, you know, putting in the time to get the better pieces of gear. That's what every build, right? Like, it's going to be subpar, I guess you could say. Oh, there's 2 Desecrators. Holy. That makes a lot of sense. There we go. Do I think Mythics Uniques are easier to drop this season? Yes, for sure. Considerably easier. What happened to the Barbs? Well, they're no longer at the top. They're no longer, like, you know, OP. They're not... Oh, by the way, they're relative to the other classes. They're pretty much probably at the bottom for like the first time ever. But they still got 1 or 2 builds that are actually like good. But when you compare it to other classes, really good builds, it doesn't look that impressive at all. But I mean, it's kind of the first time Barbs has been in that position, so I can understand going from literally being the best class for a long time to being practically considered the worst class for the first time. So yeah, I can understand the sentiment. It can feel bad. I totally understand. What's the problem if they're Giga OP? They compete against other Barbs? No, I'm just saying like what the, you know, what happened basically is what I'm saying. I'm not commenting on like you know, is stuff fair or right or anything like that. I'm just like, for instance, I usually never care where rogues are on a tier list, because I'm gonna play rogue regardless. I could care less if, you know, a Necro might be dealing like, you know, 4 quadrillion damage a second. Like I don't care. How does it really affect me as a player? Like that my rogue is gonna play the way rogue normally plays without, you know, whether or not the Necro can do that or not. Right? There's nothing that you're competing against or any real leaderboard or anything, so why do I care? I don't. Right? Like, I just don't. Now, I will say, as a content creator, you know, if a class is popular, obviously I get more views and more clicks because, you know, if rogues are popular or doing strong, then people be like, oh, I want to play the OP class. So if rogue is OP, then people will start clicking on my videos more and my streams more, and I get more attention. So from a content perspective, yeah, I mean, you know, it'd be nice if rogues were OP, you know, were OP because that's more, you know, views and money in my pocket, I guess. But as a player, I could care less. Hell, I played Bow Rogue back when like nobody was playing Bow Rogue, and you know, preseason, season 1 and season 2. I didn't care what people were doing on Twist and Blaze. That's their business. Like I don't have to play the best class or the best build. I just have to play something I find fun. And that's literally why I play video games. At least I play video games for fun. How would you evaluate the difference between the difference of DPS between Kyle and Nameless and Shake-Up? I don't think there really isn't much evaluation. It's just that Nameless is just way stronger than Shake-Up DPS wise. Oh, I know, Peacha. You have stayed true to Flurry since the beginning. Regardless. And still stay true to Flurry. Like you're doing physical Flurry and not Dario's Flurry. So you're not even taking the easy way out. You're playing it straight up. Okay, so this isn't that bad if I can get them to all like crowd around me, but how can I get them to do that though? And also be able to make sure I have all my buffs up when I'm supposed to. Like right there, I'm totally messed that up. Okay, this is pretty good here. Trying to get him to come over here. So. Ugh. I wonder if we can make some sort of like beast fall thing boost work or something for some massive single target or something. I don't know how we'd make that work out, but what is better for Barrage, Kyle or Crown? I thought I saw Crown of Lucian in previous planners. If you look at the guide on the website, I always have a change log. So whenever I change anything in the guides, I always have a change log. So it tells you exactly what changed and why. Right now, Crown is bugged with a few things that's already in your build. So instead of like changing the entire build to work a different way, I just threw Kyle the Nameless in there versus Crown. Although preferably, it'd be nice to have the Crown. Kyle the Nameless is good too because it's a lot of damage, but it is what it is. I plan on revisiting the build. Heartseeker is fine till T6 Horde without Tyrios and Starless. You can do T8 Horde without Tyrios and Starless. I actually did T8 Hordes without Tyrio 2 nights ago on Heartseeker. 2 nights ago, or was it last night? And Starless is more of a resource thing, so it's really not much. It's not much of a damage increase as it is a resource thing. You can literally just put a different aspect and like roll damage per Dark Shroud and dexterity, whatever, and make up most of the damage that the Starless Skies already does. It's not nearly the damage increase people think it is. Especially since Heartseeker is not core skills, so it's not like you're getting core skill ranks on this. What rogue build would you recommend for doing T8 as a new rogue player? Well, if you're a new rogue player, I think T8 should not be the goal at the start. It's like, how do you recommend making it to the NFL as a new player? Right? It's like, well, you might want to start with some like some recreational league, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you jumping straight to T8. But in all reality, Heartseeker or Endario Barrage is what I would recommend. I would say that Endario Barrage will be easier to clear for sure, but it's also significantly harder to build. So I think that's the thing that you want to keep in mind. But I'd probably recommend. Oh, nice, a 15%. Okay. I've had a 14% for the longest. I'll take that little 5%. Is there much difference between crit and vulnerable damage to Heartseeker? We don't use victimize. Nope, there's literally no difference. Zero. Like literally not even a single % difference. Is it a few weeks? So let's do 2 minutes. I'm actually about to take off. Actually, fuck, I kind of have to do it too. Okay, it's not that I don't want to do it, but I'm kind of doing it late though. It's probably not a good idea to at this late. How to make AoE damage for Heartseeker? Tyrios might. Watch the vids, man. Watch my videos. You'll see everything just kind of melts. Stuff just dies on Heartseeker. Early Swim's bug for Heartseeker. They fixed it? No. There's been no new patches for that. No new patches at all, period. What's most strong rogue build for rogue at the moment? Well, let's say Andorio's overall. Clash do you think is the least gear intensive? That 7. Druid? Probably would say Druid. What's the most important stuff for Umbercrux? The unique affix is pretty much it, really. LS sort. Yeah, LS source was pretty gear intensive. At least that's what Makuna said. Could be wrong. Missed the pin shot I played on the robot season 3. Did I play pin shot this season? A little bit, not much. I would say, honestly, I would say Flurry has better single target than pin shot does right now. I said, nah, it's not. I had 3 LS source. Okay, well, I mean, I'm just going by what Makuna said, and I think he's considered the best sork in the world at the moment. Top 2, top 3. He said he said it was gear intensive, at least for like the top, harder content or whatever. I don't know. I don't play that. I don't play sork yet. I have not played sork yet, so just going by what I heard. North War also said the same thing. But I guess since you've played LS Sork a lot, then I guess you know what to look for and expect, and it's probably easy. But like if you're talking about it from a new player's perspective, it's my amulet. It's literally just the amulet I use on my Heartseeker. It's really not what I really want. I don't want exploit. I don't want weapon mastery at all for this setup. Urgent finesse is pretty much the only. But it's still the best amulet that I have for something like this without having to re-roll a bunch of stuff. How weak is pin shot this league? Honestly, I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of people play it, so I honestly don't know. I've seen some Chinese players do some pretty high hits with it, but they're also using the Umbercrux totem, and they're doing something to bug it out in some way. I don't know what it is. I haven't asked, nor have I gone any further to figure out what that is. But the internet hasn't caught on to it. Other people aren't going, oh my god, check out this pin shot build. He's doing this and this and that. So maybe people just assume that it's just, it's Chinese enabled, meaning that basically you need Chinese gear to make it work. So people are staying away from it. That's also a thing. Because last season, technically speaking, if you want to play pin shot, you pretty much need Chinese, what we call Chinese gear. So will I play pin shot this league? At some point. Like I said, I played a little bit of it, not much, a little bit of it. Why Chinese gear? Chinese gear, this is what Chinese gear means. Chinese gear means real money trading. Like best gear in world. Usually purchased with real money. That's what we call Chinese, not the actual Chinese symbols, right? Or Korean symbols, but like basically pay to win, what we call it. It's just easier to say Chinese gear. That's what kind of weakness is. It is, man. I wish like I said, I wish I had a better amulet. But you know, people look at it as like, yo, you got triple pass and amulet. I'm like, I know, but it rolled exploit. Like that might as well have been like percent dex would have been better, honestly. What is it that grants more arrows on Heartseeker? Chance to make Heartseeker projectiles cast twice on as a temper on your weapon. So that is a thing, even though remotely trading is against TOS. Blizzard has no control over what happens in China. So China can cheat and do all that stuff all they want, and they never get banned, ever, ever. This was the case in Diablo 3 as well. Never, they never get banned. So it's a normality to just buy your gear, because technically for them it's like, oh well, it's allowed. We're never gonna get in trouble for it, so not. And Chinese don't frown upon pay to win, which is why mobile games thrive over there. It's like a normality. So that's why, like, when you see a Chinese video of a build that's being played or whatever, you just automatically assume basically Chinese gear if it does really well. I'm not saying that's fair to do so. I'm just saying it just happens so often that that's the stereotype. That makes sense. So Blizzard don't have to prove anything since you're playing their accounts. Yeah, but see, the Chinese government thinks otherwise. Which is why they never get in trouble. Oh, EU, okay, different story. Yeah, but yeah, China, yeah. They never get in trouble. If you ever want to cheat in a video game, go play in China. Totally legal there. Do people buy in-game gold or real currency? Yep, people do that. That is common. It usually happens like towards the middle of the season when gold becomes so inflated that it's not worth much, and so people start really trading with real money, because the gold, the gold cap basically, well, the value of the items exceed the gold cap, and people at that point start using real money for trading more often than anything. Happened a lot last season. But anyways, I do got to do one thing though before I go. So, be right back. This is a bad idea because I should have did it a lot earlier in the stream, but we're gonna do it anyways. Here we go. Be right back. forgot something. Okay, chat. So does Heartseeker make Shaco make sense for the Heartseeker build? If you want more utility, like overall utility, but it's definitely less damage than Kyle the Nameless, so that's totally up to you. Okay, so let's chat for a bit. Okay. So no more D4 for a minute. I might have to go to just chatting for this. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so this is not a sponsor. This is not a sponsor stream, by the way. So this is not a sponsorship. This is me actually doing it because I want to. All right, so Rogue Energy has sent me a nice little package or whatever. So they wanted me to try some of their product, and I'm like, Rogue Energy, Rogue player. I think we might have a collaboration here, maybe not. So here's what we're gonna do. I have 16 ounces of water here, right? We're gonna choose which flavor I'm going to try. Okay, so we got Tiger's Blood. Okay, Tiger's Blood. We got Black Cherry. Okay, we got Blood Orange, which I think if you're gonna do Tiger's Blood, I don't think I'm gonna do Blood Orange, so we'll kind of put Blood Orange to the side. We got Grape Popsicle, so we can be stereotypical if we want to be. We got strawberry hibiscus here. Strawberry hibiscus, right? We got dragon fruit mango, right? And fruit punch. Okay. Out of all those flavors, which one do you guys think I should try? We can only choose one. Dragon fruit wild. Where's the poison taste? Tiger's blood. Black cherry. Fruit punch. Fruit punch has got tiger's blood. Dragon fruit. Dragon. Black cherry. Ooh, wow. Black cherry. And let's be stereotypical. Dragon. All right. Looks like dragon's in the league a little bit. Want to make a poll? I wish I had a mod that can do that for me real quick. You're gonna go with cherry, black cherry, dragon. Dude, dragon mango and black cherry. Definitely the most popular here. All right. So let's try again. Let's try again. Hold on. Let's just try again. So dragon mango. We're going with dragon mango. Dragon fruit mango. Is there a quiz after this? Which flavor is the Heartseeker flavor? If you drink purple stuff, you're gonna have a higher chance to drop. Uber drop. Alright. Alright. We're doing dragon fruit here. Smells good. Smells good. We'll make a guide on how to drink dragon fruit. You guys want another meta? The right way to consume dragon fruit? Make sure I get all the whatchamacallit out of it. I made sure I had cold water. So I was trying to do this 2 nights ago, but I didn't have like cold water. Prep or whatever. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna wait. Alright, so we got how to drink TA Rogue S tier. I don't even know what dragon fruit tastes like, so we're about. I can shake it better. Shake-o it. Dissolve in cold water. Well, that's the instructions. The instruction says mix with cold water, so it's very sweet. Dragon fruit tastes really sweet. Okay. Realize the cap is picking up the green. Yeah, because the cap is like teal, so it does kind of pick up from the green. How's the color of it? It looks. It's kind of hard to see through it though. It's like a cyan color, I think. If I had to give a color, maybe cyan. I don't know. Pinkish purple color. All right, guys, here we go. Taste test. I don't know what dragon fruit tastes like, but this is pretty good. I do need to shake it a little bit more though. I do taste a little bit of the powder, so I probably didn't shake it well enough. Might need to do some like side shaking, like this maybe. Kind of do like a little bit of like this, a little bit of this, a little bit of round shake. There you go. Okay, yeah, there's definitely less powdery taste or whatever. I will say I did use the correct amount of water. It says 16 ounce, right? So it's definitely not heavy. You know, like you drink something and it just feels like a lot, like it just tastes like a lot, almost like thick or whatever. Like it feels pretty light, like it tastes pretty light. Like it's like easy to drink. But you can definitely tell like there's like no sugar. It's like a artificial flavoring, artificial like sweetener, I guess you could say. Let's take a look at it. I'm pretty sure there's probably no sugar in this. See you. At the back of this here. But yeah, it's pretty good. You guys chose pretty well. You guys chose well. Maybe we'll like do a poll and maybe do some different flavors next time. But yeah, this has been this is pretty good. So I'm gonna need to let them know. Say, yeah, I tried it. I didn't have, now the thing is I didn't have to try this on stream. Like Like this isn't the sponsored stream or anything like that. So I just told him, I said, hey, I'll probably just try it on stream or whatever. Because I mean, my facial expression can't lie if I don't like it. You know what I mean? So like, so yeah, I think we'll talk. I think yeah. It's your son's birthday. Well, tell him I say happy birthday, man. It's pretty cool. He said maybe too much water, no room to move for good shit. No, actually, like it was like covered to about here. Let's see, it's about like right here. So like a little over half. Like right there is where I had the water. Yeah, so yeah, this is a pretty good choice. Probably eat 950 to 954 eat stuff instead of sugar. Yeah, it's pretty good though. It is pretty good. I'm actually eager to try the black cherry though. Black cherry and of course the stereotypical grape popsicle. I pretty much mean let's be honest. Purple drink is gonna taste like purple drink, and it's gonna be good. But yeah, cool. All right, so I guess I'll contact them and like go back and see if we can work something out and get a partnership going for the stream or whatnot. So you guys, we're a part of it. So I appreciate y'all, but we're going to now log off and go to bed. But technically speaking, when I said this was a bad idea right now, it's because I'm about to go to bed, but I just drank some energy drink, right? Like that is probably the worst thing to do when you're trying to go to bed. So, yeah. Grape anything has never tasted like anything like an actual grape. It tastes like medicine. I will say I've had some experiences that has been like that. Fair. That's fair. There are some like grape juices or whatnot that actually does taste like. But I guess you mean like the, like the artificial sweetener grape stuff. I can probably Am I ever come back to Heartseeker, or do you feel like it's solved and try something else? No, I will. I just have other guides to kind of cover right now, like the Flurry guide and things. So I wanted to get. So I think right now I've done pretty good with my guides at the moment. I'm going to update Flurry a little bit to what I'm doing currently. I think this is it's not much of an update really. It's mostly the same thing, just without poison imbuement, and we're taking Rain of Arrows now instead of Death Trap. And we found an easier way to proc Tricks of the Trade legendary node. So we squeezed a bit more damage out of Flurry, but it's, single target is still rough as always. So 30-hour stream then, now that you got the energy drink off. Oh man. But like I said that was probably the worst timing for me to do that. But I said I was gonna do it. I told him I was gonna do it, and I need to get back to him with what I thought things taste like. So anyhow, we're rating out. Gonna go to I haven't been to Slager in a while, and he just started. But yes, I will come back to Heartseeker at some point. So I might do a little bit more Flurry tomorrow. We'll transition to Barrage because I need to go back to Barrage. I have a really cool idea with Barrage, by the way. So I think you guys would be pretty interested to see what I might be doing with Barrage. I might have to rebuild it, like gear and stuff wise. I might have to rebuild Barrage. Okay, then. But I think damage per Dark Shroud. Kenny Lewis, appreciate the prime. I'm gonna have to rebuild it though, but I think damage per Dark Shroud, honestly, Temper is better, or will be better on a Preparation or Inner Sight Barrage build that has no combo. That is not Andario. We'll still do Precision key passive, but we won't rely on it. So instead of like every third time we proc the Precision key passive with every third barrage, my other two barrages will actually hit hard because I'll have damage per Dark Shroud, and I'm not counting on just the Precision key passive. So I think our damage would be more consistent. So I'm actually excited to try that, actually. Your build says 1500 damage per Dark Shroud, but the Tempers only give like 500. So how many Dark Shroud shadows do you have? Hey, Robson, how many Dark Shroud shadows do you have? You have 5, right? So if you have, okay, no, I'm sorry. How many Dark Shroud shadows you have rotating around your body? Sorry. You get 5, right? You get 5 shadows. No, 5. You get 5. So if your temper on your weapon has 100%, right? Sorry, 200%. If you have a 200% damage per Dark Shroud and you have 5 Dark Shrouds, how much percent Dark Shroud damage is that? 1,000. Because you have 5 of them. Then you have 100% on your weapon. You have 5 shadows. That's already 1,500%. Then you have a ring slot left and an amulet in which you haven't tempered yet. So I calculated that when you have 5 shadows, not what just the number says. Now I could go back and change it and just do what the number says on gear, but I just kind of assume that since we have 5 shadows, that we're looking at the total amount of Dark Shroud percent. Because if you don't, then the calculations will be off if you're trying to math that. You're still mad at Arc. I will eventually go back to Rapid Fire at some point too, but right now the order is Flurry. We're gonna finish up Flurry. Well, I guess I kind of finished it up. I don't think there's anything else I can really do that hasn't already been done by like other Flurry enthusiasts. If I wasn't doing something, I think Picha would have called me out on it. So Flurry, Barrage, maybe back to Rapid Fire, then Heartseeker, then maybe Pen Shot, then Andy's. I got a lot to cover, honestly. More than I thought. Anyways, I think I'm gonna try to make a short video on Flurry. Why Rapid Fire don't work with Andy Helm. I mean, technically you can, but because Rapid Fire has such a long animation, that the damage, like you won't be able to stack up the damage nearly as well as, let's say you're doing like Barrage or whatever. It's all about taking the Andarios as much as you possibly can. So Rapid Fire just does a poor job at it. So, I mean, but technically you can. I mean, if you want, you can. You just will be pretty disappointed that you did. That's all. Anyhow, enjoy Slaydra. We got more testing to do. So hopefully guys, you'll be back to tonight for our stream. And as always, till next time. Wait, hit the thing. There you go.